Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? Chat. 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 Oof. I find it really funny that Barbara doesn't have a character trial, so whenever she's on banner, you just only get 4 instead of 5.
Bow your head.
Stay put.
Oopsie.
Stand clear.
I'll let it cook. Oh, it's not cooking. Okay,
Settle
whatever
down.
then.
The tides beckon. Justice is blindsided.
Okay. A question about something you said in the banner review. Why is Favlan's Trident's best in slot in Rational over the catch? Effectively, it's because you have 3 party members that care about the energy. So Fav has like an insane amount of value. And when you use Fav on an on-fielder, especially if the Fav is not Refinement 1, if it's Refinement, basically, ideally 3 or more, you're gonna get 2 procs per rotation. At R5, it's also technically possible to get 3 procs per rotation. At that point, the amount of stats, the amount of ER stats you're saving, even just with 2, right? The amount of ER stats you're saving on your whole team that you can build into EM, into attack, into crit, right? It more than makes up for it, right? It more than makes up for the damage lost on Raiden herself by not going catch. You do lose out on a little bit of your front-loaded ability, right? So it's not all good, but it's mostly good. It also makes the team feel a lot better in general because it's generally going to mean you have a bit more ER than you actually need on Raiden herself. And because it's a relatively decent team that generates a lot of its energy over time, right? Getting a bunch of front-loaded energy generation means that it's more likely that you finish the rotation with your ult up. Why is this the team they give us for this, man? I actually kind of can't believe it.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain, I'm going in. You're toast.
Freeze.
There's some sus info saying Arlecchino's range is increased. Yeah, I saw that.
No, my sword. Let me weave you up. Let's light it up. Everybody stand. Power that isn't up. Breath of the flame. Motion to your head. Ring cutter.
Okay. Minus 15k. Let's take a look.
Benny's adventure
Let's
team
take a look.
assemble.
Arlecchino grooving very comfortably around the campfire with her fellow Arlecchinos.
Or not.
Eh. I don't love it.
Let's go find some.
Cause like, with the Daya one, it's a good emote because it's funny that she's waiting for her buffs, right? There's nothing funny about grooving. If you find a better name for it, I'll add it. But as it is, no purrs. Minus 15k. Sorry, Jack, give me a minute.
Benny's adventure team assemble. Or not. Oh, wow. Where did that come from?
Whoa. How many of you guys got by that one? Me? Me? Rebozo. No, me because I have no friends? Damn. That's fucked up. Okay, chat. Let's play Yoimiya.
Let's go out and.
Hmm. This may be a problem. Alright.
Busted.
Solidified.
Time for a light show.
Okay, that's one done. Why aren't you playing her with showers? I don't have her. Huh?
Fuse is lit.
That was a joke? Oh. Good one. One last change before live stream next week. There might be another change, yeah, but I'm just gonna record the pre-release assuming there isn't. And if there's changes, we'll fucking do it again, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I didn't know it could get blocked. Bro, really? I am unable to can. Wait, what? How did that not hit? I'm very confused. Huh? Même devoir lui parler, c'est ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit 1000 fois que j'ai hanté mes doigts. Hey. So what if I overlay dying a lot these past few weeks? I know. I don't know why. Ugh. It just does that, I guess. Okay. You know what, chat? We might actually not get a combat commission today. Hog. Yoimiya will not feel like shit today. Can't the destroyed towers be categorized as a combat commission? I don't know. Can it? Oh, we do have a combat fuck.
Heroes are about to get psyched.
Gather.
Going in! Time for a light show!
Okay. Well,
Take it easy.
that was fun. Yoimiya really carried us there.
Add ast. Thank you for Add ast.
Alright. It's time to go spend our resin. No. Is it just this? Dude, you know what it is? Just this shit again. I don't want to do this. It's so boring. Like, it's not, but it is, you know? Alright, chat, how many rotations do you think we're gonna need for this ley line? I think we'll be fine in 2, right? Oh my god, we did it in 1. Chat, Yoimiya is broken. We one rotated a ley line.
Adventure time. Quiet now. Here, come
Dot, may I please get a people coffee?
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go. Things are about to get set. Let's light it up. Everybody stand.
Ah, fuck, the non-leyline one is here. God damn it. Well, I guess we're not one-rotating this leyline.
Gotcha.
Do you guys think we can...
Fire hazard.
Yeah, we can. I just cleared Abyss using Dory DPS. Thank you for all your watching Excel with the boys knowledge. I got you.
Stabilize.
Quietly now. Hands up. Until. I'm going in.
Yeah, I will say, against multi-wave stuff, this team sucks, man. I think I just got my very first Yoimiya vape.
Adventure time.
One vape pog. Yeah. Yoimiya exists so others can be called AoE gods. Yeah, Yoimiya exists so that people will say Arlecchino has good AoE.
Gather.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Everybody stand back.
Stabilize.
Is Yoimiya the Jingyon of Genshin Impact? No. No, the Jingyon of Genshin Impact is gone, you.
We go.
Solidify.
Things are about to get dicey. Going in. Let's light it up.
Isn't it Diluc? No. I don't think so. Thoughts on J Stearns and let's take. My current thought on it is I don't know. I don't know what he said.
Everybody stand. Feel the split.
I'm getting pillar blocked, dude. What the fuck? He's all about her being overhated. I mean, I don't really agree.
Adventure time.
Stabilize.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in. Fire hazard.
I don't think she's that hated at all. Yeah, that's a banger comment. I don't want to read all of it though. It's too much text. I think she's the most hated female character in Genshin. Is she though? I feel like casual players don't hate her. Like, they think she's really good. Yeah, like they see the big number and they're like, wow, OP broken. I don't know. I think stuff like this, it's always really difficult to properly evaluate because in order to state whether or not Ella is overhated, you'd have to know exactly how hated she is. And like, I don't spend my time scouring the internet to see what people think about her, you know? Like, you know? But yeah, there's no easily observable metric of how hated a character is. Right? I guess the closest thing to that would probably be usage rate. Right? The closest thing that'll tell you how hated a unit is by the community at large
We've got nothing else to do. Why
is
don't
how much they use it and how much they don't, right? And like at 6%, that's higher than, like, she shouldn't be higher than Sino. She sure as fuck shouldn't be higher than Sucrose. She shouldn't be higher than Yao Yao. She shouldn't be higher than Beto, than Gaming, than... Because there's not... I mean, than Lila, than Chevreuse. Like, how many units that are used more than her? Right? Okay, let's look at the 5 stars only so that we eliminate that part of the bias at least. Let's look at limited 5 stars only, right? How many limited 5 stars that are used more than her are actually straight up significantly worse? Maybe one? Usage rates mean nothing. Usage rates are not a good indicator of strength, but they are a good indicator of usage rates. And as it turns out, how much a unit is used is pretty much how much people want to use the unit, you know? This is the one time I am using usage rate. And it's because it's actually relevant to this discussion. Right? Surprised Baiju is that high? Baiju is a character that was released in a down patch. And after a 4-star version of him was already released. And long after any hype for him had died down. So he's one of the characters that people ended up wishing for the least. And usage rate is based on the percentage of owners that play the character, right? But like, you look at this Abyss and like, he's a Claymore user. For second sight, that's kind of good, but I guess there's PMA. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm always surprised at how low Linny is. Linny being this low actually makes a lot of sense to me. Linny is a character that's really good
If we've got
on
nothing else to
Excel.
do, why don't I tell you a story?
When you're assuming that you don't need defensive utility. He's also not really good if you get staggered in the middle of half of your charge attacks. And so in a lot of situations, people just don't want to play him. On top of that, this Abyss, right? People tend to like characters or carries that can break the Geo Shield themselves, and bow users can't. How is Yai higher than Fischl? Because more people have Fischl than Yai, but this is high enough that it might actually be a higher total usage.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
Nilo is so low. I'm not surprised. Wait, where is she? 12.4, yeah. I'm not surprised by that at all. They've been pushing out anti-Nilo Abysses for a while. Where, like, you can play Nilo in the Abyss, but there's gonna be one thing that's really cringe, right? So in this Abyss, you can play it, but on second side, single target, high dendro res, so it's like definitely not better than just playing a single target team. And on first side, you got this bad boy. So it forces you to play Nilo variations that have actual talent damage from the Hydro units, right? And a lot of people don't like doing that. And then next Abyss is gonna be... Yikes. Not very pog. They changed it? Yeah, they changed it so that there's cryo on both sides now. Cryo shield on both sides. You'll be able to, as long as you use a fucking Uzia disable, you'll be able to play Nilo. So, it's time for you guys, it's time for you Nilo mates to do the Narcissus and Curse questline. let's look back at usage rates. What else is interesting here? Venti is higher than I expected him to be. But I guess it makes sense. Right? If you don't have a carry that consolidates AoE all that well, first sight is... very nice for Venti. He's got a useless on the third chamber, but he's really good for the first two. And I think people that don't have the greatest AoE carries are going to struggle the most on the first two, not on the third one. I think it's actually good second side. I'll die on this hill. People are just too attached to freeze. Yeah, that's fair. Well, he's actually decent, sure. Why is Alhaitham so low? Probably... I don't know. Maybe because of this. Alhaitham doesn't feel good to play against shit like this. Spectres? So many resets? Alhaitham doesn't have enough defensive utility for second side not to be created against Geomech? Wait, what do you mean? There's only one attack from the Geomech that has a chance to hit you. Oh. Alhaitham Zinzo feels pretty decent against it. Yeah, but Alhaitham players are allergic to playing Singto and Beidou. That's just how it is, man. Do you see Harmony MC testing is doing more damage than a DPS 5-star character? Like Harmony MC carry? And when I saw the kit, my first thought was, isn't this a lot of damage on this skill? Not the skill, it's the ult? Oh. Okay, well, my bad. Same percentage as well, is it? Harmony MC ult has a different break formula? Does it? Oh. I don't believe you that it's the same as Weld. I think you're lying to me. Weld skill 72 times 3. So that's 200 and oh, wait, no. 72 times 2 plus 75. So 219. Harmony MC is 55 times 7 because you get cons for free. That's a lot more. That is a lot more. Wild talent. Does this apply to each hit? I thought it only applied once. Yes? Huh. I see. Okay, I didn't know that. My bad then. I'm an idiot. Only one per enemy? Oh, okay, never mind then. That sucks. Any carers? Anyways. Do we know what the formula is? You guys said it has a special formula on the old break. Do we know what it is? Go to notes. Attacks toughness damage? Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay. Toughness damage unit is 1, not 30. So it's toughness damage divided by 30. Okay. Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay, I was like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So basically, instead of... Wow, that is nice, yeah. Because usually, right? Against an enemy with like 240 toughness, right? Your multiplier for the break damage would be 2.5 instead of whatever the attack is going to be, right? But 240 toughness is a decent amount. Okay, so basically this is gonna mean that it does less damage to bosses and more damage to weak enemies. Right? That's what it means? Wait. Oh, and this is multiplicative. I'm confused by this effect though. Oh yeah, wait. That means that this character is gonna be dog shit without Ron May. Okay, well. Right, because Ron May multiplies your toughness damage by 1.5, which is gonna multiply your break damage by 1.5. Okay, cool. Well, that sounds fun. Ron May skippers? I'm not even a Ron May skipper. I'm a Ron May fucking non-obtainer. I'm a Bailu obtainer, you know? It's fine. I don't need break Exodia. I'm gonna get follow-up Exodia. So Jeff, do you think vertical investment in Star Rail is better than in Genshin? Yeah. Um, the reality is that in Star Rail, the power creep is very rampant. And if you just pull a unit and then pull another unit and then pull another unit, the unit you pulled a couple months ago is now kind of dog shit. Whereas if you go for their light cone and maybe E1 or E2 if they have a good E1 or E2, then that's gonna last you for a lot longer. It's effectively mostly down to the fact that there's a lot less that skill can do, right? Like being skilled in Star Rail and clicking on autoplay in Star Rail, the difference between those two is not nearly as big as the difference between my mom playing Genshin and me playing Genshin, you know? Which means that challenges and difficulty has to be more focused on just straight up numbers. Which means that actually having the strongest thing is a bit more important. Maybe not the strongest thing, but some of the stronger things. Not a Star Rail player, but has a power creep in that game, rendered any characters entirely non-viable yet. Yes and no. A lot of the release 4 stars that were more than strong enough to clear the highest MOC in 1.0 are pretty fucking dog shit now. Release healers barely heal enough to sustain through the higher floors now. Most of them you have to actually kill in less cycles than like your actual upper limit. Otherwise, you're gonna die because they just can't sustain you enough. It's and then like some of the early 5 stars. Right, you look at Zula, you look at Jingyon, like they're fine. But like they're not good. Like they're not good. They're fine. I think Serval, Dingen, Pilla, and Herda are the 4 stars that survived. Who else is there? Oh yeah. Okay. So we have all the 4 stars here, right? For release 4 stars, March is not real. Dunhang is not real. Asta is like really borderline, right? Asta is really borderline. Fine. Like, she's okay. But yeah, Asta is somewhat useful sometimes. That is the perfect way to put it. Arlen was never good. I mean, neither was Dunhang, right? And not, to some extent, neither was March. Herta got a lot better. Hook, it's Jover for Hook. Natasha, it's Jover for Natasha. Shampoo, kind of Jover for him as well. Pilla, still great. Serval got better. Why Serval? Because Pure Fiction exists, and Serval is one of the better units for Pure Fiction. Listen, I've been a passkey Serval enjoyer since 1.0, okay? Back before I quit the game for the first time, okay? I was a believer in passkey Serval, okay? And it manifested itself. And it's actually good now. Yeah, basically it's because, Passkey... Or, sorry. Using ults in Pure Fiction opens up a lot of buffs that are triggered when you use ults, right? And they're not always gonna be there, so it's very dependent on the... What's it called? Abnormality? The leyline disorder equivalent, right? Well, what's it called? I don't know what it's called. Whimsicality, yes. It's very dependent on the whimsicality or the turbulence, whatever. There's too many names, man. It's very dependent on that. But when there's one that triggers on ult and it's a good one, then Serval is great. Well, okay. She's a great 4-star. She's not gonna be the best, but she's gonna be pretty damn good. QQ. Yep, still great. Sushang is one of those units that got Jovered. Let's put the ones that are actually still great here, right? Tingyun, yeah, still great. She might come back with break meta. I don't know about that. Maybe. Clarence is actually pretty good with Acheron. Yes and no. Like, it's a really high investment thing, right? Because Fire MC solo sustain isn't good enough. Nice. For fights that last a reasonable amount of time, right? But it will be good enough if the fight is really short, right? So if you're high enough investment, then sure. But otherwise, nah. All fights are short with Acheron. True. For Pure Fiction specifically, Fire MC is good with Acheron. Yeah, that's true. Anyways. And then the post-release 4 stars. Dog shit. Not very good. But it's your best free-to-play sustain option, so she still sees play. Because people don't want to wish for sustain units. The reality is that the gap between Lynx and any of the other sustain units is massive. And arguably bigger than the gap between your free-to-play carries and the 5 stars. And that's why when I did this, we did this a while ago. Looked at which characters, if I were starting a new account, which characters I would want to get if they were on banner. I'd say that now this would probably change. Topaz would go up. Now that Robin was leaked, because I want to get Robin as well. And then if I get Robin, I want to get Topaz. And Ron May probably goes down. I don't care as much. Locha, I still want to get, right? Like, if Locha was after Avanzahin, I would go for him. But the fact that I don't have enough to guarantee both means that I can't. Anyways, getting back to this, right? For the 4 stars. Yeah, like, this is kind of, yeah. When I finish, like, she's fine. Hanya's not the greatest. Trey's, like, so conditional. Right, like, completely dog shit against non-quantum weak enemies. Pretty good against quantum weak enemies. Misha, funny little guy, but not the greatest. And Gallagher's fine. Misha is like free as well, yeah. Misha's really good in Seimu, yeah, that's true. Harmony Trailblazer seems to do a lot for Shui. I don't know. Because the base damage for Quantum Break is so dog shit. It's 4 times worse than the base damage for Physical Break and Fire Break. So, like, I'm not convinced on that one. Like, 4 times worse, man. That's a lot worse. 4 is a big number, man. You know? What's so good about Fire Break? I've never seen people talk about it. So, usually, right? Break does 2 things. It does damage when you break, and then it has a specific effect based on the element, right? You have fire, lightning, ice, quantum, imaginary, and physical. Am I missing something? Wind. Yeah, okay. So, you have these, right? Fire. It inflicts burn. Burn does damage, I believe, 1 time. Weakness, break, Honkai Star Rail. Right? Right? No, it does damage twice. Right? So, okay. Right, so you're gonna have base damage and dot damage, right? The base damage is 2x. The dot damage is 1x twice, right? And it's not actually the same number, like the number for base damage and number for dot damage aren't necessarily the same, but for now, right, we need to look at base damage and dot damage, right? It deals damage when you proc it, and then it deals damage based on the effect. Right, so you have fire, you have lightning. Lightning does base damage 1x, but then it does 2x twice, right? Ice is 1x and 1x once, I believe. Yeah. 1x once. But it freezes. Quantum, base damage is 0.5x. But dot damage is, if you fully stack it, 0.6, well, 3 times 3x once. But it's 3x the base damage, which is bigger than the dot damage generally. Or 3x base. Right? Imaginary 0.5x and no damage. Right? But action delays a lot. And then quantum action delays a little. And physical, base damage is 2x. And then dot damage is special. It's percent HP bleed. Right? And finally, wind, base break is 1.5x. And dot damage is up to 5x twice. But you have to stack it, right? The baseline is 1 stack to normal enemies, 3 stacks to elites, right? Generally, it's 3x twice. One x if non-elite. Right? Starts at 0.6x. Increases on hit. Right? Okay. So these are all of the different breaks, right? What Harmony MC does is it makes it so that if you attack the enemy while they're weakness broken, you do this base damage. Multiplied by a certain amount, right? What that means is that fire and physical are going to get the most benefit out of it because they're the ones that have the highest base damage. Wind will be a little bit behind, not so far that it's impossible to have a wind break based carry that's gonna work with Harmony MC, but probably not necessarily gonna be the greatest. And then anything past that is starting to be pretty fucking dog shit, right? But yeah, so all of this to say, the reason why people generally don't use Fire Break, or, like right now, is because it's kind of just dog shit, right? 2x base is cool and all, and 1x twice is not great. And like, that's all it does. Like, then what? This triggered once is not enough to justify building your character break effect versus building them for crit and attack, right? Same reason why people don't really care that much about Lightning Break. The only reason why people somewhat care about it is because if you trigger Break on a Kafka team, this effect can be, right, the dot damage can be procced by Kafka herself, right? Then the Ice Break is used because of the special effect that it has, not for its damage. The Quantum Break actually deals pretty reasonable damage, right? It's 3x base, and it action delays. The Imaginary Break action delays a pretty decent amount. And the Physical Break is percent HP bleed, right? And that's... Physical Break is the break that's used the most just for the break itself, because it's percent HP. Anyways. But obviously Quantum Break, right? Even though it's generally the one that gives you the most damage in one go, right? I might be wrong, but I don't think element matters for Harmony MC. I am relatively sure it does. Right? Break base damage. The break base damage is... Right? Break base damage is determined by the element. What's up, Bart? If I'm not going to play Dot, is there any reason for me to keep Dot pieces when I'm farming for follow-up set? It's still a decent 2-piece set. So if you have anything, like, actually outstanding, you should keep it. But also, it's possible that they release a unit in the future that just says, hey, yeah, this damage is considered Dot damage, even if it's not Dot. Right? So, if you get something that has both attack and speed, like either an attack body with speed substat, or speed boots with a 4-liner with attack substats, or a 4-liner headpiece or gloves with both attack and speed, I'd keep it. But yeah. Anyways. Would Harmony MC and Ron May be Boot Hill's best supports? Ron May, probably yes. Harmony MC, I'm not sure yet. Ron is probably better because Boot Hill doesn't consume skill points. Yeah, that might be fair. Though, to be fair, in a perfect world, you want to break weakness with the Harmony MC, not with Boot Hill. If you're playing Harmony MC. And at that point, you could use Harmony MC as your sustain. Like, straight up. Because, like, you're gonna build, like, what, 250 break effect? On your Harmony MC? That means you're delaying action by fucking 100 and something percent on the enemy when you break. Plus, it's passive, which is another 30%, I think. Yeah, another 30%. and the first skill you use deals double toughness damage. If you're in situations right now where, like, you can reasonably 2 or 3 cycle clears, it's very possible that Harmony MC will be more than enough sustain. Anyways. If you run Harmony MC, it's also much more damage and running a sustain, so the fight is shorter. That is also fair. Yes. One thing that's worth mentioning as well is that you can get away using more skill, but like with Boohill, because he doesn't consume as many skill points, you can probably get away with using more skill point hungry healers or sustain units, right? Hmm. Yes, Lud, you can. If you rename it to that, you can add it. Why does Yayo have 3% use and Baiju 60? Is it because so few people own Baiju? It's part of it, yeah. There's also that, I think the most popular Abyss team right now is a Baiju team. Yeah. Current most popular Abyss team. No, it's not. This is, okay, this is ranked by... What's the website this is from? Can I fucking explore it myself? Or... It's in WeChat? What the fuck does that mean? This post explains how element doesn't matter for Harmony's Trailblaze... Harmony Trailblazers kit. Are you sure? That sounds wrong. You have sent a link that does not actually explain that element doesn't matter. So that seems sus. This link does not mention element once. Last sentence says break damage is only based on level, not element. Huh. You're right, it does say that. Hmm. Is that... Didn't read. I mean, it doesn't say it's not related to element, but it does say it's only related to character level. That's interesting then. That is interesting. Okay. Wait, that means he does half the damage I thought he did. No! Oh, that's fine. Wait, that means you can use an imaginary unit for it, no? Yeah, because, like, Weld has pretty high toughness break. Who else has really high toughness break in their kit? Let's think about this for a minute. Dushang? Does she, though? Asta? No, Asta does not have really high toughness break. People are actually delusional about Asta, okay? When she uses her skill, it's 90, I think, or 105 with E1, right? But it doesn't do any damage. And her ult does not break. And it's single target. Like, this is not... It's not that much break. Yeah, I can see Gallagher being alright as a sustain, but meh. Wait. Little bro's actually kinda popping. Oh, it's probably not good enough. Ratio's just more than him. Misha? Yeah, I guess Misha's ult does go kind of hard, huh? Yeah. I think, honestly, the biggest winner of it being a base damage for everyone is probably Shui. Right? Because you want to build her break effect anyways. She has a follow-up. Her ult breaks for 120. If you end up triggering the break on her, you still do action delay a decent amount. Follow-up also has some... Yeah, Shui is actually a pretty huge winner of Harmony Trailblazer, huh? Her ult also ignores weakness type, that doesn't matter. Listen, I gotta be honest with you, okay? If you are playing Shui in content that is not Quantum Weak, you are fucking running it down, okay? You are doing something very stupid, okay? Her whole kit is based on breaking. Okay? If she ults every fucking 4 turns, that's 120 weakness break. And you missed out on 240 from her 4 skills. Like, it is technically playable. It's also dog shit. Don't do it. Okay? Do not play her in content that is not Quantum Weak. So overall, for Ranmei MC team, you're playing a triple element team. Good luck getting the Quantum. Have fun. It's gonna be fine against enemies that have both Harmony and Ice weakness already. So you can guarantee the Quantum Implant. But, yeah. Not Harmony. You know what I mean, man. Imaginary and Harmony always get fucking confused in my brain. There is some anti-synergy, though. Because the biggest, like, downside of Shui is that she wants to break, but when the enemy's broken, she does less damage because she doesn't trigger this anymore, right? That's, like, the biggest downside. But I still think it's gonna be good. You were cooking with Ting and Robin? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Wait, let me take a look. Wait, where's the carry? Oh god, they're actually playing no carry. Ah, Jesus Christ. Oh no, 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 no. Oh god. Okay, no, I see. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? This looks like E6. Wait, it's not. It's E1S1. Dude, how is it doing 97k? I was looking at Calcs where it was doing like 10k. How is it doing 97k? Insane relics, I guess. What does her E1 do? E1. All allies who use basic attack skill get a stack of ornament, increase speed. Okay, so it basically multiplies her damage by like 1.6. Wait, are these people idiots? Is that an attack rope on Tingyun? That can't be right. Maybe it is right. If there's zero cycle makes sense, I guess, yeah. 107k? Bro! That's fucked up! You can't be doing that! Ah, Jesus. He's supposed to imagine it? I don't want to show leaks. I don't want to get DMCA'd. This is with lower investment, no Lycone Robin, and with March? Is it still E1? It is. Saj. I guess we can just, in our mind, remember, I guess in my mind, because you guys can't see, that it should be doing like 40% less damage. $73k. Should be like 40k. That's still pretty fucking high, man. Jesus. Hmm. Okay. I mean, that's interesting. It's funny. Hmm. There's another video with less investment and a sustain. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. What I really want to see is Tingyun Robin, but with a team that isn't Robin carry, right? Where you use Tingyun's ult for Robin, so that you can one-turn ult on her. Basically permanent uptime. But you still play a normal team. I don't know. I feel like that could be interesting. Is Robin a Harmony DPS? Yesn't. She's not actually a DPS. But you know how Tingyun makes your carries deal more damage? Like deal more lightning damage? Robin basically does that with physical damage. Or like when you attack with a Tingyun buff, you deal some lightning damage. Robin does that based on her attack with 100% crit rate and 150% crit damage. If we assume E0S1 for both, who do you think does more total damage, Robin or Ron May with her brace? I think Robin should definitely do more damage. Anyways, come to think of it, Robin is kind of like Shanyan. Yeah, kinda, honestly. What's the point of the crit if it's 100% chance? Why not just make it do 2.5x the damage at base? It's to make it so that you only have to focus on attack when you're building. They could also have said this can't crit and made it do 2.5 times the damage. But people would have been angry at it. You saw how you know how people reacted to Kokomi, all right? You know they would have been angry if that's what they did, okay? But if they made it able to crit, then it would make it so that her build is a lot more complicated, and they don't want it to be complicated. Anyways. The pre-release happened already? No, I'm stalling a little bit. We'll do it soon, though. Only pull for male characters. Should I get you on a multi-win or just save for future males? You only pull for male characters. What healers does that leave you with? Or, like, what sustains does that leave you with? Japard Locha? Right now? Yes? Okay, I mean, you definitely want to get Avancerin. Like, I think that's a good idea. I don't know what his E1 does. Let's take a look. Increase crit damage by 20% for all allies with Fortified Wager after using Ultimate. Provides all allied with a Fortified Wager shield whose shield effect is equal to 100% of the one provided by the skill. So basically, his ult refreshes his... Don't think that matters that much. I think it's nice. But you'll probably be better off going for an Eidolon on something else than on this.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
If I were to get an Eidolon on a male 5-star, who should I go for then? That's a good question. To be fair, right, I don't have much of a point of reference. But who do you play right now? I think for most most of the 5-star characters, the Eidolon that matters the most is E2, not E1. So it's probably worth saving up for E2 on someone. Got E2 Jingyuan by accident? Oh god. I am sorry to hear that. But yeah, I mean, it's probably worth going. I mean, okay. If you're gonna get something, you should. Like, if you want to vertically invest into. Like, if you want to get Eidolons on a 5-star character, probably Dunhung if you actually play him. Otherwise. Hmm. How good is Boot Hill's E2?
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
It seems okay. Not great. E1 is great, is it? Wait, is this? Oh, it is. So he starts. Yeah, E1 is good. Okay. If you're planning on getting Boot Hill, his E1 is pretty good. Although, okay, if you're playing male characters only, what team are you playing with? Because you can't play Ron May, so he's a lot worse, right? Is Boot Hill even that good without Ron May? I don't know.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
Harmony MC is okay. Yeah, like it'll be okay, but will it be great? I don't know. I'm not convinced.
If we've got nothing
What sort of teams could you build with only male characters that would be like close to optimal teams? Can't use Sparkle, can't use Bronya. God, all the Harmony units except except the upcoming MC are female characters. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's gonna be rough for sure. Argentine without Tingyan. Yeah. No. God. I can't clear most endgame content and I started a release? Damn. Yeah, because you need 2 teams too, right? Like, it's not even just one. Fucking hell. Okay, yeah. You know what? Initially, I was like, is Boohill even that good without Ron May? But now I realize no one is that good without access to Harmony. Except, like, Acheron, which is not a male character. So... Boohill actually probably will be pretty good. Because the downgrade from Ronmei to Harmony MC, probably a lot smaller than the downgrade from, like, I don't know, Sparkle to Gwenhyphen? No, she's... Who the fuck is... Luca? I don't know, man. Well, Welt? Like, is that what we're doing? Yeah. So, okay.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Does Boohill have gender, though, because robot? He is. So, yeah. Cyborg, not robot? Oh, I see. But yeah, so... You're probably gonna want to get Boohill. And you're probably gonna want to play Boohill with Harmony MC. The thing is, that's probably gonna be your strongest team. And so... I hope your MC is male. Yeah, true, actually. If you pick female MC, you're fucked. Is MC Harmony going to be OP for my account? Harmony MC has really good synergy with Boohill. And is going to be literally the only male Harmony unit. And Harmony units, as a general rule, are pretty damn good to have. So yes, Harmony MC will be a pretty big deal for your account. But yeah, so as I was saying, right? I don't think you're going to need Eidolons for the Boohill team to be fine. I think your other team is going to be more reliant on Eidolons.
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets?
I think the optimal way to build your account for MOC is going to be Boohill on one side and Danheng on the other. And E2 Danheng would probably be a pretty big deal for you.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Boohill struggles in first wave and this dude can't complete content. He might actually need E1. Yeah, maybe E1 will be will make a difference. He shouldn't struggle in first wave that much. As long as there's physical weak enemies on the first wave, right? Or imaginary weak, yeah, that's fair. But yeah, E1 will be nice. It's just, it is going to be his stronger team, right? So... E0S1 is probably better right now. I don't know if the fight is going to last long enough for that. What does his light cone do? Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's fair. What's the best free-to-play option? No. Eh. Probably. Decent stat stick. Oh. No. You hit a lot, you get swordblade stacks easily? Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't know that existed. Is that Battle Pass? That's probably Battle Pass, actually. And no. Okay. I would have thought support Eidolon's Lycon would be better than DPS Eidolon's, no? It's gonna depend. The main thing is what support? What supports? Like, yeah, sure, Sparkle's Lycon would be a pretty big deal, but like if you were playing Sparkle, you know? Yeah, sure, Sparkle Z1 would be nice. Oh, wait. And if you're looking at Eidolons on the defensive units, right? And light cones, like... This is alright. But it's not gonna give you more damage than a light cone on your carry. Check the 3-star light cone that gives speed. What the fuck? 3-star light cone on a hunt unit? Wait, you know what? That kind of makes sense. He's break effect, right? So his attack doesn't matter as much. Oh, defeats an enemy. Yeah, no, that's bullshit for sure. What? No. On defeating enemies? That seems sus as fuck. I'm not a believer. I am not a believer at all. If you're getting about to win, you can use this and consistently get the speed buff, right? Yeah. Is Yensing viable at all for my account since I don't have Jingliu? If you're in content where, like... No. Like, if you really need ice, you can use him, but it's probably not worth the investment. Yeah, actually, wouldn't Misha just be better? I guess it depends what Eidolon. E0 Misha, probably not. E6, definitely.
We've got nothing else to do.
Don't know when the breakpoint is. Misha is cope? Sure, Misha is somewhat cope. But if you really want an ice carry, I think Misha is a better idea to invest into than Yunting. I haven't, Tiempo. Yeah, for fire, you don't really have anything. For ice, it would probably be Misha. For imaginary, you have more than enough choice.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are
For
forever.
physical, I mean, Argentine's gonna be fine, but not great. I mean, Argentine's gonna be really good for pure fiction, actually. Right? Argentine pure fiction is gonna be a pretty big deal. Boo Hill, probably gonna be kind of nice. Yeah. Omega. Yeah, unironically, on your account, Jingyon is actually kind of useful. Is Boo Hill that much better than Argentine overall? Argentine, when you're in single target, is not great. But I think overall, no, he's not that much better. But Boot Hill synergizes really well with Harmony MC. And you don't have access to any of the supports that synergize well with Argentine. Right? Like, obviously, Argentine's gonna be better in pure fiction, because that's what he was made for. But on MOC, no. I think it is actually worth building both if you end up getting Boot Hill.
Very cute.
Or you could just wait and hope that they, in the near future, they release more units that make some of the other carries work better. Right? Yeah, that's always a possibility. But if you want to, like, actually get as strong as possible in the near future, I think Boo Hill is definitely worth going for.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Yeah. Do you have Bald? There really such a small amount of male characters that I can afford getting all of them as free-to-play? Okay, so you have all of them? Yeah, okay. Bald is gonna be a really big deal on your account. Because Bald is a character that you can put on a team that already has a carry, and you have access to, like, 0 supports, right? And on top of that, he can do things both in MOC and pure fiction, right? So, like, Bald is going to be a pretty big deal for your account. You're probably going to want to do, like, on one side, once you get Boot Hill, Boot Hill, Harmony MC, I wonder if you do Bald on the same team. Bald is flex between that team and the other. And then Aventurin.
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
Or you could use Luca, that's fair, yeah. Luca might be worth using for that, yeah. And then on the other, Dunhang Il, Locha, Bald, and Weld? Yeah, maybe Weld. Especially if you have Eidolons on him. Have E2 Weld? Okay. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Okay.
Works are for now, but friends.
So that's probably the teams I would do once you get Boot Hill. One thing you will need to do, though, is you will need your Locha to be on multiplication and on a lot of speed. What's your current Locha build? Because you're playing Donheng. Bolt doesn't generate stuff. And then Welt can make use of skill points, right?
If we've got nothing else.
Arlecchino has no speed to get the field as long as possible. That is bad. That is a do not do that. That's fake, okay? Because that also means that once the field expires, well, Locha heals enough. You don't need the field to have max uptime. What you do need is you need Locha to have a lot of speed, because he is the only healer in the game that can reliably
Have you ever kept
actually
pets?
do his job as a healer without ever using a skill point. So what you want to do is you want to build as much speed as possible on him and just spam your normal attacks so that you generate skill points for your Donheng. Right? Let me actually open Starrel real quick. We're not actually swapping to Starrel. I just want to show you something, okay?
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
We're still on Genshin. We're not playing Starrel. We might play Starrel later today, but not now. I think you're putting too much value in Locha. We are talking to someone whose account is only going for male characters. Okay, like, not the right time to have this conversation, man. It's my UID if you want to see my characters. Alright. In a team where heals aren't too big of a deal, isn't Gallagher just better? Nope, because Gallagher doesn't generate nearly as many skill points. Well, that's not true. Well, yeah, it is. Gallagher just doesn't heal that much, so you actually have to use his skill points to heal sometimes. Right? Every time you have to use his skill, that's like minus 2.2 skill points.
Were you shot just now?
Right? Anyways. I just want to show you, okay? This is what you should aspire to on your Locha. Okay? This light cone is one of the best light cones in the game. Okay? It's on a similar level to meshing cogs in terms of how useful it is for an account. Okay? Should I use it on my Ho-Ho? It's less good when you skill, because you don't get the advance forward when you skill. Right? I can see this Lucha getting one shot. I mean, yeah, but the reality is like, is it possible to get one shot? Yes. I mean, not really from full, right? Like, there's not a lot of attacks that are gonna do that. Like, attacks that would one-shot him with these stats would one-shot your carry if your carry was selected by it, right? Like, it's... The defense is somewhat low, yeah. Like, that's fair. This is a squishier Locha build, but it doesn't matter. He's more squishy than the carry? No. Anyways. Point being, right? You want to use multiplication, you want to get as much speed as possible. With this, right? He is going... He has an effective speed of over 200, right? Because multiplication advances you forward. Which is the equivalent of getting 25% more speed, right? Now, in terms of, like, actual... Wouldn't post-op S5 be much better? No. Because post-op doesn't give you fucking... I mean, what's 25% of that? That's, like 40, 42, 43 speed? Multiplication for Locha is 43 speed. Post-op gives you energy regeneration, which, as it turns out, speed also gives you energy. Right? And 43 speed is more energy than 8% energy regen. I guess 16, but it's still more energy than 16% energy regen. And Locha's healing is so potent that you don't need this. Oh yeah, wait. No, yeah. Actually, this doesn't even affect him. Yeah, no, like, this is just not good. Anyways. All of this to say, right? If you go for a build like this, you are effectively generating 2 skill points per cycle. Right? Instead of 1. That's twice the amount of skill points. Which lets you actually use your fully stacked skill on Dunhang, and maybe even sometimes use skills on Welt instead of normals. Right? I have 107 speed right now. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, like, Locha's only advantage over the other sustain units is that he is skill point positive, right? Other sustain units either do something other than healing, like Ho-Ho, right? Gives attack and energy. Or actually prevent incoming damage, which helps you with getting one shot for the preservation units, right? What he has over the others is that he does all of his job without ever needing to skill. Right? So if we take a look at your profile, it seems quite good. And a nice set, good ratio. There's an argument to be made to go for lower speed on him. Because speed breakpoints are important, yes. But also, if you go lower speed, more attack, well, not only one, usually you play him with attack buffers. Right? You play him with Tingyun, which buffs attack by a lot. Which is part of why speed boosts tend to be good. But without that, then that's, you know, not ideal, right? Like, your attack is pretty low. On top of that, if he's slower, that means his turn happens less often. And if his turn happens less often, he's consuming less skill points. Which means you can skill on wealth more often, right? Like, if you go attack boots instead of speed boots, you're going to be at 112 speed. You're going to have a lot more attack. Your overall damage is going to be somewhat similar, but you'll be consuming a lot less skill points. Alright, for your Locha, this is, like, not good at all. You don't need this set on him, right? Don't focus too much on the set bonus. If you are going for a set bonus, the best one is going to be win set. Because it advances you forward when you ult, which is the equivalent of more speed than the speed set gives you. However, farming win set is not good for your account. So, just going 2-piece with a speed set is probably what you're going to want to do. Right? Because you can't really use the ice set very well. For now, speed boots, and then sort by speed and give him whatever main stats have either attack, HP, or defense, if you can. Or healing bonus if you have one, but like, realistically, his healing is so good that you don't need to focus on his healing all that much. And you're better off focusing on speed and survivability. And then finally, level up multiplication and give him that. So it'd be him, Locha, Welt, and Blade in a team. That's what I would do on your account with the stuff you have, yeah. Right now, that's probably not optimal because that probably leaves you a bit too weak on the other side. But if you do end up getting Boo Hill, once Boo Hill comes out, that will be what I would do, yeah. It's a pretty solid build, right? I think. They're asking because the ice set is on the same domain as the wind set. But generally with decent quantum set, should I farm for wind set? Eh. If you already have a good quantum set, then getting a good ice set isn't going to be that big of a difference. So it's kind of like, It's not as big of a downside as if you didn't have her, but it's still not, like, the most insane. I think farming some win set is worth it. Because getting speed boots and then getting, like, at least 4 speed, which is speed roll and then roll into speed at least once on the other 3 pieces, I think that is worth it. Getting 1 win set with that. I think that is worth it. I think it's incredibly worth it if you have Locha. But also, what win set does is it gives you speed. And if you already have like 9 speed on a 2-piece with speed set, right? And you have like 9 speed, 7 speed, 8 speed on your pieces, then like, yeah, it's probably not worth farming for it right now. Anyways. That was a very long distraction, but that's okay. I mean, there's only one way to break this argument up, don't you think?
Just sharpen my spear.
Thank you so much, I got you. Healers aren't sustainable in the meta, like in Golden Gears, for example. That's half true. You are right that you will get wiped if you get hit and your only form of sustain is a healer in Golden Gears. You are wrong that makes Golden Gears impossible to do with healers.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
Because the boss attacks that will one-shot you are generally not their first attack. It's generally like 3rd or 4th. So healers still matter before that. And as long as you can kill the bosses before that 3rd or 4th attack, the big one, then you're fine. There's teams that can kill enemies before they even act, right? A good remembrance run, a good elation run. The enemies should not act, like, at all. If you're playing it properly.
I can't decide whether pyroslimes taste
A good Nihility run? Eh. That one's not real. Like, Erudition, you guys aren't getting what I'm saying. I'm not talking about hitting the critical mass that you can kill enemies in a cycle. I'm talking about straight up preventing the enemies from acting. Right? Which is a lot easier than hitting the critical mass to kill the enemies before they actually kill you. Like, without delaying their actions or whatever, right? Like, there's a reason why Remembrance is what people cheesed with early on, right? Nihility doesn't scale well in Golden Gears or Swarms. That is not true.
Time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up.
Or rather, it's half true. Nihility isn't the greatest in Golden Gears. That's true. Nihility is fucking broken in Swarm, though. The resonance interplay that Nihility has with propagation and swarm is broken. It's fucking broken. How does Elation do that? With one of, if not the strongest, like, path-defining blessing in the game. Maybe not the strongest, but one of the strongest path-defining blessings in the game, which is Aiden's gravitational rainbow. Oh, thank you. All right.
I can't decide whether pyroslimes taste
With Nihility, the enemy basically dies on their first to second turn if you do it right, and then just each phase is a one-shot. That's not true. Like, that's not if you do it right. That's if you do one of the cheese strats that let you get all the fucking blessings in the game. You're not... If you're not going, like, Run May Abuse or Corpus strat, you're probably not reaching the damage necessary to be able to do that.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in
Right.
time.
Like, the reason why Remembrance and Elation are the best two paths in Golden Gears is because they're the only paths that can actually make it so that if you play it well, the enemy just straight up won't hit you. Right? Their biggest downside is that they start slower than other paths, right? Especially if you don't have Jingliu, it can be pretty rough to get a good Remembrance run started, right? You're probably going to have to reset a decent amount trying to get the really strong blessings before the first boss. But, like, if let me open Paint. Right? Oh, hey, happy to help. Keep in mind, though, I'm not, like, as knowledgeable in Star Rail as I am in Genshin, so take what I said with a grain of salt. Like, that's my opinion based on what I would do with your account restrictions. I'm not 100% confident that that's the best way to go about it. Just keep that in mind. Anyways, let me just show you how your damage goes up based on your path, okay? So, if you're looking at basically a default damage path, right? So you propagation, hunt, destruction, whatever, right? Your damage will effectively be like this, right? I mean, you don't start at 0. You start like here. No. It's more like...
I can't decide whether pyroslimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
Like this, maybe? Ah! Whatever. Something like this, right? With Remembrance. What? It does like this. Right? And like it keeps going, right? And the damage you need to kill the enemies
If there's nothing better to do,
at the end
for ingredients.
is like this, right? So on other paths, you're effectively gonna have to end up getting more total blessings, right? The critical mass of blessings that you need to be, and curios and whatever, just of damage upgrades, that you're gonna need to be able to kill the enemies before you die. Right? It's more total blessings. But in exchange for that, on the first and second boss, you're gonna be stronger. Right? Maybe not necessarily on the second boss. Right? Like, the second boss is gonna be somewhere in this general area. Right? If it's here, you're gonna be stronger. If it's here, you're gonna be weaker. Whatever, right? Depending on how lucky you get. But for the first boss, and at least for the first, like the first plane and likely first half of the second plane, you're gonna be significantly weaker on Remembrance. The thing is, the amount of blessings that you actually need, or that you can actually get, is somewhat close to like in this area, right? So if you get slightly unlucky, you're not gonna have enough. I mean, realistically, without the cheese strat, you're getting about this, like in this amount of blessing. So a good Remembrance run will clear. A slightly unlucky Remembrance run will clear. A bad Remembrance run won't. But you need to be incredibly lucky on a non-Remembrance run to actually clear, right? In order to reach this amount of blessings and curios, whatever, generally you're gonna need either to get incredibly lucky or to use one of the cheese strats. Whereas with Remembrance, you don't actually need to do that. Like, realistically, the line is probably...
I can't decide whether pyroslime tastes better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
Alright. Line is probably somewhere closer to, like, here, right? So you actually need a decent amount more blessings on a non-Remembrance path than you do on a Remembrance path, right? You don't need cheese to clear without Remembrance unless very low investment on units. In Golden Gears 12.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Or you need to play doubles to stay with some tank blessings and try to survive while dealing your pitiful damage. Yeah, that's rough though, yeah. Anyways. Point just being, the amount of blessings that you need to make a Remembrance run work is lower, right?
I can't decide whether pyroslime
So your reliance on cheese strats and good RNG. to have a run that can make it to the end is lower. But you're much weaker early on. Right? But like... And then you have Elation, right? And the reason why Elation is so good is because it follows this similar thing, right? But, unlike other paths, it can action delay enemies. Which effectively takes this line, right? And brings it down a decent amount. Right? Because now, you don't need to kill them as quickly to kill them before they kill you, right? Because they're acting slower. A lot slower.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
Unironically, in Golden Gears, the biggest challenge is the I don't remember what it's called. The like enemy's path resonance that happens based on the amount of attacks you have. Cause like you can pretty reliably not get hit by the boss. The extrapolation, yes. You can pretty reliably not get hit by the boss with Elation, but unless you get a really, really strong run, it's still going to take you a while to kill them. And if it takes you a while to kill them, the Resonance Extrapolation will just kill you. And that's where the sustain units come in for Elation. Especially if it's Destruction. Yeah, the Destruction one is rough. Nice. I'll be right back.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
I'm back. Oh, mods! But yeah, anyways, is it time to stop stalling, chat? I think it might be. I don't have any 5-star sustain, but I'm definitely getting about Serena, and I like Jingliu, and we'll get her too. I still have about 50 more wishes. The question is, I just lost 50-50 to Acheron. So I complete and get her for the cost of possible Fushuan rerun in 2.2. I have Black Swan, Kafka, Clara, and Dr. Ratio. You can, if you really like her. But your account would probably benefit more from Ron May if you don't have her. And if you do have her, just Just play Black Swan Kafka on May, you know? Don't like the way Acheron, Power Creep, Jingliu, and Dunhang ill. It's not... I mean... It's like half Power Creep. Like, it's not really... Realistically, she's probably a lot more future-proof than them, because... they're gonna release better Annihility units than fucking Silverwolf, right? But... I don't know. Is there a point in picking Elation Blessings if the only follow-up character I play is Kafka? Yes and no. Cat's Cradle, the thing that transforms your ults to follow-ups, is still really good. Because it opens up all the good Elation Blessings. And... Elation Blessings that give you buff when you trigger a follow-up can also be good for Kafka. Right? The one that gives you speed when you follow up, the one that gives you defense when you follow up. But the ones that increase your follow-up damage aren't very good for Kafka, no. I already have Jingyuan to cover Lightning. Is there any value in pulling Acheron? Yes, because Jingyuan sucks, but also there's probably not more value in pulling Acheron than pulling a different carry to cover a different element. No, okay, we're gonna stop stalling, chat. It's time. No more stalling. It's time to say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi! To the Arlecchino pre-release analysis, and it is actually the pre-release. Okay, I'm not continuing the April Fools. Alright, the first impression wasn't Arlecchino. This actually is. Alright? So let's get right into it. Because Amber doesn't actually update for leaks anymore, we're gonna be using a different website. But yeah, let's get right into it. Let's get started. The first thing I want to say is that this character has been changed in very meaningful ways multiple times over this beta. And as such, you've probably seen a decent amount of information out there already. Contradictory, weird shit. I am here to clear it all up. However, there is still some time left to the beta as of me recording this, and potentially even as of me posting this. And so, just keep in mind, wait, no. And so, make sure you check the pinned comment. If there are meaningful changes in the next beta update, I will be pinning them in a comment. If there's no pinned comment, that means either no changes or I didn't get around to it yet. Or the changes don't matter. Anyways, let's look at what she does. So, base HP, 13,000, base defense, 765, base attack, 342, ascension stat, crit damage. As we're gonna see later, her defensive stats actually matter a lot, right? So if we're comparing this to other characters' defensive stats, character base stats, Genshin, character comparison, alright. You look at base HP, oops. Right? And we're looking at non-HP scalars, right? I've talked about this a little bit back, I think in Risley's pre-release. But non-HP scalars, right? Jean, Ayato, kinda. Risley, but he consumes his own HP. Alahaitham, Kazuha. But for non-HP scalars, basically outside of Jean, the highest one you're getting is around 13k, right? Yes, I did, Lud. So, it's on the tankier side. For base defense, for non-defense scalars, right? It's not quite as high. Right? It's 765, which is a decent amount lower than characters like Hu Tao, Sino, I guess Child. But it's still reasonably high, right? It's about average for a 5-star character. Before we get into any of the actual kit itself, like any of the damage stuff, let's read this passive. Cinders alone shall nourish. While in combat, Arlecchino gains 40% power damage, we'll talk about that later, and can only be healed through Bale Moon Rising, which is her ultimate, which can heal her when you cast it. So, she cannot be healed by healers. As we're going to see later, using your ult ends your rotation, basically, or ends your uptime at least. So you can't use your ult in the middle of your damage dealing window to heal. Next, strength alone can defend. Arlecchino gains 1% all elemental and physical resistance for every 100 attack that she has in excess of 1,000, up to 20%. Now, if you're playing her with Bennett, she's going to be over 3,000, so she'll max it out. There's going to be some teams where you don't quite get there, but in most teams, you're going to be pretty close at least. This 20% elemental and physical resistance is effectively 20% less damage taken, right? There's technically going to be some teams where it's a little bit more than that. Because as far as I'm aware, it scales additively with the Rainbow Resonance, which gives you 15% all elemental and physical res. And the change from 15 to 35 is a little bit more tankiness than the change from 0 to 20. But it's about 20% less damage taken. Or you can look at it as her HP is basically 25% higher than it actually says, right? So, right? Before we even get into her damage, right? She is an attack scaler that cannot be healed by healers. That has a lot of implications on the sort of teams you can play her in and how you'll want to build them, right? Because she can't heal, if you want some form of defensive utility, you can still play healers if they do something other than healing for your team, but defensive utility is going to have to be either shields or damage reduction sources. Now, she does have a little bit of damage reduction herself, but 20% isn't really that much. It's meaningful, but I'd say that for most people, it's not going to be enough to make it so that you don't need a heal. Right? Or you don't need a shield or whatever, right? Anyways. Just keep that in mind going forward. She can't be healed. If you want defensive options, they're going to have to be shielders or damage reduction units. So, with that out of the way, let's get into the meat and potatoes of it. Yeah, this isn't actually fully updated. Okay, not every number is updated on the English. Oh, fuck off. I have to. Okay, not every number is updated in the English version, so we're gonna have to just use honey. I don't wanna. We're gonna have to alternate between the two. It's all the same mechanics though. It's just some of the numbers haven't been updated yet. It's not updated on honey either. Oh, that's funny then. Editor's gonna work their magic. Oh yeah, that's true. You're gonna have to do more work, Rip Bozo. Anyways. So, normal attack, performs a maximum of 6 consecutive attacks. Charge attack, this is a fixed amount of stamina, dashing forward a nearby opponent, or dashing toward a nearby opponent and cleaving once. Right, so it's different from the default polearm charge attack. And functionally, it's a lot closer to what you'd expect from a sword charge attack. Continuously holding this button will cause Arlecchino to consume stamina and engage in up to what is now 5 seconds. Right? Engage in up to 3 seconds of high-speed movement. Effectively, she has an alternate dash on her charge attack. It's I guess somewhat useful for exploration. It's not actually that fast. It consumes a lot of stamina. It doesn't last that long. It's kind of useless. But hey, I mean, that's a nice thing for people that care about the exploration. I guess it's all right. Plunge attack is just default plunge attack, and finally, Mask of the Red Death. When Arlecchino has a bond of life equal to or greater than 30% of her max HP, she will enter the Mask of the Red Death state, where her normal charge and plunge attacks will be converted to deal pyro damage. This cannot be overridden. When in the Mask of the Red Death state, Arlecchino's normal attacks will deal extra damage to opponents on hit that scales off of her attack multiplied by a certain ratio of her current bond of life percentage. This will consume 7.5% of the current bond of life. Her Bond of Life can be consumed this way every 0.05 second, 0.03 seconds. When her Bond of Life is consumed in this banner, all its ashes, so her skill cooldown, will be decreased by 0.8 seconds. That's a whole lot of yapping, right? Before we can really explain how this works, we need to find out how she gains Bond of Life that she can use for this. So, let's look at her skill. E, all is ash. Summons forth Bale Moon Bloodfire, dealing pyro damage to multiple nearby opponents and performing a dash cleave against one of them, dealing AoE pyro damage. Opponents hit by the aforementioned attack will have a Blood Debt Directive applied to them. Blood Debt Directive lasts for 30 seconds. Every 5 seconds, it will deal 1 instance of pyro damage to the opponent, up to twice. So after 5 seconds it deals damage, and then after another 5 seconds it deals damage again. This damage is considered elemental skill damage. When Arlecchino uses a charge attack or Bale Moon Rising, she will absorb and clear nearby Blood Debt Directive. Each directive absorbed grants her a Bond of Life worth 65% of her max HP. Using the elemental skill again during this duration will restart the count on duration and the... Using elemental skill again during this duration will restart the count on duration and the limit on the value of Bond of Life she may gain from Blood Debt Directive. Is the limit mentioned anywhere? No, am I an idiot? Sorry, I'll try that again. When Arlecchino uses a charge attack or Bale Moon Rising, she will absorb and clear nearby Blood Debt Directives. Each directive absorbed grants her a Bond of Life worth 65% of her max HP. The maximum value of the Bond of Life she can be granted through Blood Debt Directive within 35 seconds after using her skill is 145% of her max HP. Using the elemental skill again during this duration will restart the count on duration and limit of the value that she can get from her directives. So, now we know how she gets Bond of Life. And then the last piece of the puzzle is her Ascension 1 passive. We'll take a look at the first part of the passive in a minute. But for now, the one that matters, 5 seconds after a directive is applied, it will be upgraded to Blood Debt Due. So if you let it cook for 5 seconds, the Blood Debt Directive gets upgraded. When absorbed, it will instead grant Arlecchino a Bond of Life worth 130% instead of 65%. Bond of Life created in the aforementioned ways cannot exceed the original limit. So, we're gonna have to razor language this down a little bit, right? There's a lot of yapping. It's not as complicated as it sounds, right? So, here's how she works. You use her skill. And I'm using Excel so I can visualize it while I say it, to make sure I'm not missing a step, but editors, I'm expecting you to work your magic. True. Real. Okay, you use your skill. You apply a mark on them, right? After that, you swap out, you do your setups, whatever you need to do. You let it cook, right? Let it cook for 5 seconds. After that, use charge attack. And that's going to consume the mark and give her Bond of Life. Right? Gain 130% Bond of Life. This Bond of Life, you can think of it as basically just a resource, an additional resource. You can think of it as mana, fury, whatever you want to call it, right? And the more of it she has, the more damage she deals. Once you've gotten your Bond of Life, you start attacking with your normal attacks. And they deal more damage based on how much Bond of Life you have. Every time you hit an attack, your Bond of Life gets slightly reduced, which means that the additional damage you gain from the Bond of Life starts really big and goes down over time, right? So, that means the first hit, right? The base damage of the first hit is 93.9. Then you have 103. Then you have 129.3. Then 73.4 twice. Then 138.3. And then 168.8. Alright? And then the way that the Bond of Life works, the way that the additional damage from the Bond of Life works, is it has a base value of 238. And that base value is multiplied by the amount of Bond of Life you have, which starts on the first attack at 130%. This 238 always stays the same. But the current Bond of Life goes down every time you attack by 7.5%. So, you lose 7.5%. And so your current Bond of Life on the second attack is 120. Then 111, 103, etc. Right? Which means, right, this is multiplied together, and it gives you a total amount of motion value, a total multiplier on your normal attack of, instead of 93, the first attack is 400, right? And it keeps going like this, as long as you keep attacking. Right? So you start off with your attacks hitting pretty damn hard, but the longer you stay on her, the less damage they deal. Isn't it just additive 7.5%? No, it is not. It's 7.5% of the current one. But yeah. We've never had a character that works quite like this before, so there's no direct comparison. But we've had somewhat similar effects, right? It's effectively as if she was giving herself a Yunjin buff, or a Shenhe buff, or whatever, right? And the strength of that buff depends on her current Bond of Life. Are the auto attack numbers to say, yeah, they're the same. Now, the last part of her kit is her burst. Arlecchino's Great Wings of Bailmoon Bloodfire Beat, dealing AoE pyro damage before clearing the cooldown of her skill and healing her. The healing is based on her Bond of Life value and attack. Now, as it currently works in the beta, as far as I understand, the way that it clears the Bond of Life is by healing her. Which means that the amount of HP restored is not actually 150% of your Bond of Life, but rather 50% of your Bond of Life, right? Because the first 100% of the Bond of Life is what clears the Bond of Life. So for those of you who aren't aware, because you got better things to do, honestly, Bond of Life was already an existing mechanic that exists on a couple of the Fontaine craftable weapons, and is a combat mechanic of some of the Fatui operatives, where it's like something that shows up on your health bar, right? I mean, hey, we have operatives on floor 12 now, so good opportunity to show it, right? There's a tutorial thing for it. Yeah, but I feel like it's easier to show with this.
Be sanctified. Bow your head. Settle down.
Okay. So, right, my first healing tick here. Oops.
The show begins.
Right, 2394, and then 4,000 and whatever, right?
Dare you?
So I heal for 4385 at a baseline. But if I let them hit me with one of their attacks, that applies Bond of Life, which they'll surely do eventually.
Which must go on.
Do you have to hit them? Okay, there it is. Right? I get a small little, effectively, reverse shield, right? That is going to eat some of my next healing instance.
Which must go on. Someone help me.
And instead of healing for 4385 on the first tick, I will heal for 2394, right?
Please remain seated. Which must go on.
Because I had a Bond of Life worth the difference between that. It's not negative HP, right? If your health bar gets fully filled with Bond of Life, it doesn't make you die, right? It's just something that is going to absorb incoming healing. Right? It's negative shield, not negative HP. Anyways, as far as I'm aware, currently, the way that it works is that it clears it by healing, and so you only get healing worth 50% of your remaining bond, plus 150% of your attack. The damage of it, 666, which is reasonable, but the animation is relatively long, and her attacks are pretty fast. And they do a good amount of damage. So, in most situations, using your burst, not really a good use of your buff uptime, right? On top of that, clearing Bond of Life means that you lose your Mask of the Red Death, right? Because it's based on how much Bond of Life you have. It's only when it's equal to or greater than 30%. So once you clear it, it's gone. And then the way that you get it back is you have to use your skill and then use a charge attack. But if you use your skill into a charge attack without letting it cook, you only get 65% instead of 130, right? Start at 65%, damage is like pretty close to half, right? It's like, what's 60 something percent? Yeah, 61%, right? You lose 40% of your damage if you don't let it cook. In other words, using your burst in the middle of your uptime, gonna make you lose a lot of damage. Now, what that means is her only form of healing effectively ends your rotation early. Which means you don't want to be in a situation where you have to heal, right? If you have to heal, it means you have to stop doing damage. Now, that's a lot of downsides, right? That's a lot of stuff that you have to work around, right? Can't heal, can't use burst for iframes during your uptime. Sorry, I think I need to grab some water. I'll grab that. I'm back. Mods? Okay, so now we've gone over a lot of downsides, right? You hadn't even sat down. I had. Is there starting to be a lot of delay? Ah, shit. Chat type Omega Lol eating an eggplant. Okay, that's not that bad. I think it's just you. I think it's just you, man. Okay. So, as I was saying. So, we've gone over a lot of downsides, right? Like, there's the can't use your iframes during your uptime. Can't heal. Does that mean that she's unplayable and bad? No. Because she has some upsides to make up for it, right? So obviously, the biggest upside is that her damage is very, very front-loaded, right? You look at the first time you use your normal attack versus the, like, after you've gone through your full normal attack. Like, all 6 of your normal attacks, the next first normal attack you do, it does significantly less damage. The first one does significantly more. And what that means is once you reach pretty high investment, things will die before the damage fall off, right? So that's pretty nice. Another thing is that if you are either using using the sort of defensive utility options that will prevent you from taking damage altogether, or very good at the game, right? For now, we'll talk about attack combos later, but for now, let's just assume you're doing 2 N6s. Or maybe even 3 N6s. Right? Wow, very cool. Actually, no, you can't do that. 2 N6 into N4. Alright, let's assume that's what you're doing. Okay. You're finishing with 31% Bond of Life. Now, you could use your ult, clear the bond, do a bit of damage, heal for 50% of that, so about 15%. Sorry, heal for 50% of that, so about 15%, and 150% of your attack, so about 4k, right? So heal for about 6-7k. It's gonna depend on your stats, obviously, but somewhere between like 5 and 9k, depending on buffs and all that stuff. Or you don't. And if you don't, this 31.95% Bond of Life stays there. It doesn't disappear when you swap out. It stays on her. So what you can do is use your E and start your next rotation. And then on the next rotation, we're going back, but we're gaining 130. And so our first hit is, again, a decent amount stronger, right? In other words, you get rewarded for not needing to use your burst to heal. And you get rewarded for that by getting more damage. Another use of this is, if you're in Overworld, enemies generally die really quickly. They're probably dying after like this. Right? Like you're just getting this or something. You're finishing with 100 Bond of Life. Next time you E, you're maxing it out. Bond of Life maxes out at 200%. So you're just maxing it out. Another upside of that is, well, if you don't need to burst, that means you don't need ER. Right? That being said, though, I didn't go through all the downsides yet. So let's go through the few more that we need to talk about. First, E cooldown is 30 seconds. It gets reduced whenever you normal attack, but it does mean that it's going to be difficult to do shorter rotations unless they're spending a decent amount of field time on her. And it also means that, especially for shorter rotations, if you get staggered or you have to dodge too much, or the enemies move too much and don't actually let you attack, you're not reducing your cooldown by 0.8 seconds per attack when you're not attacking, which is going to force you to wait for your next rotation. Alright, I guess next. Her charge attack does not benefit from the Mask of the Red Death increase. In other words, her charge attack is really bad. What that means is that you're going to want to be spamming normal attacks, not charge attacks. And normal attacks have standard ICD, which means if you're playing her in a vape team, a pretty large portion of the damage you're doing won't be vaping. Does charge attack have ICD? I don't believe so. There's not a lot of charge attacks in the game that have ICD. It doesn't matter because you're not spamming it. Now, something I need to mention and I guess talk about is a few of the changes that I've gone through with the beta, right? She's gone through multiple both numbers and mechanic changes. Her burst used to not reset skill cooldown or clear Bond of Life. I used to just deal damage. And the Bond of Life clearance and healing was on the skill cast instead. And the cooldown was lower, and they didn't have the cooldown decrease. Basically, a lot of shit changed. When we got these changes for the first time, I believe a lot of them were leaked at like different moments, so we didn't know about the like healing added to burst before we knew about the or when we learned about the cooldown reset. So for a time, people thought that you could use her burst to reset her skill and effectively get 2 Blood Dead Directive or 2 instances of the Bond of Life. Her numbers have changed a lot over the versions as well. Overall, her current beta state is effectively the strongest version that's been on the beta so far. If you exclude the one that I don't know if it ever made it to the beta or not. I don't think it did. Where burst reset skill but didn't or actually wait, no. Ugh. Wait a second. Am I an idiot? It doesn't say that the burst clears the Blood Dead Directive anymore. It doesn't say it here either. But it does do that, right? It says it in... Does it? It doesn't. It says it in the skill? Ah, yeah, okay, yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so let's try that again. So, it didn't, or we saw the changes to the burst before we saw changes, before this line was added, right? When Arlecchino used a charge attack or Bale Moon Rising, it used to only be charge attack that she absorbs the bond, right? And even when we got it, there was a time where people thought that she could potentially heal before she absorbs the bond. Now, had that been the case, and I'm not sure if it made it to the beta or not. At the end of the day, I'm not a beta tester. Had that been the case, that version would have been arguably stronger than the current version. But you can use EQ, charge attack, E, swap, 5 seconds to gain 65 plus 130. No. No. You get the Bond of Life from using your burst to clear the blood debt before you get the heal. So using your burst removes the Bond of Life and removes the debt, right? Anyways, let's try that again. There was a time where people thought that you could use her burst to clear my to obtain the buff. All right, I'm gonna have to remove that emote. Lud, can you remove that emote? I can't. My OBS hasn't updated to it, and I can't fucking concentrate when that's when this is what my chat looks like. I can't do it. I just can't. Like, I'm sorry. I am getting too distracted. Or at least you guys stop spamming it for the rest of the recording. If you stop spamming it, we're not gonna remove it. Where does it say that it removes the bond? Bond of Life is something that absorbs incoming healing. The burst is incoming healing for over 100% of the Bond of Life. By healing, it removes the Bond of Life. Anyways, as I was trying to say. People used to think that you could have used your burst to gain your Bond of Life and then use another E from the cooldown reset and then a charge attack. And by doing that, you could have gotten double Bond of Life. That being said, as far as I'm aware, that never actually made it to beta. Or if it did, it was hotfix. I'm not entirely sure. And that version aside, this is the strongest version of her so far. But yeah, I think that's it for the overview of the kit. So let's get into... I guess we can do constellations. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at constellations. Very quickly. C1, all reprisals and arrears. Is that how you say that? I don't know what that word means. All reprisals and arrears are mine to bear. Mask of the Red Death is further enhanced. The value of the increase is 100%. Additionally, Arlecchino's interruption resistance is increased when she performs normal attacks while affected by the Mask of the Red Death. Well, the way that this works is it basically takes this 238. Didn't explain first part of Essential and Passive. You're right, thank you. I forgot. Okay, yeah, before we do that. Okay. And then finally, last part of her kit. And I understand, this is a lot of information. This is one of the most convoluted kits they've ever given us. It does not need to be this complicated. It's just such a whatever. Anyways, last part of her kit. When defeating an opponent with a Blood Dead directive, Arlecchino will be granted a life bond worth 130% of her max HP. Now, the way that this actually works is this only works if you kill the enemy before using your charge attack, right? It also can't go over 145. So even if you were to kill one enemy and then charge attack to get the bond of life from the other enemy, it wouldn't be more than 145, right? The main purpose of this passive isn't to let you get more directive. It's so that if you're playing her in a team where, you know, you swap to her, use your E, swap to your other characters, use your burst, use your Kazuha skill, whatever, right? If you kill the enemies during your setup before you swap back to her and charge attack, if this passive wasn't there, it's just Jover. You're just staring, looking at the enemy, no bond of life, 30-second cooldown on E, no way to remove it because you don't have bond of life, and without bond of life you don't have Mask of the Red Death, and without Mask of the Red Death, can't reduce the cooldown. Right? And so the purpose of this passive is to make it so that if you do kill the enemy during your setup, you still get the bond of life. In almost every situation, it's not actually going to give you more bond of life. It's just a nice little failsafe. And boy, would this character not be fun to play if this wasn't there. So, thank goodness it is. But yeah, alright. So, let's get into constellations. Mask of the Red Death is further enhanced. The value of the increase is 100%. Additionally, Arlecchino's interruption resistance is increased when she performs normal attacks while affected by the Mask of the Red Death. So, basically, she gets resistance to interruption, and her damage from Mask of the Red Death, instead of 238, is going to be 338, right? Which is pretty big increase to the first attack, right? But the more attacks you do, the smaller of an increase it is, right? Because once you, like, the more you attack, the less bond of life you have, and the less bond of life you have, the less damage you're gaining from your Mask of the Red Death, whereas your base normal attack damage is not Mask of the Red Death. That's still the same, right? Overall, it's one of the stronger C1s we've had for recent characters. It's a pretty sizable DPS increase. And it also gives you resistance to interruption. We're going to talk about her weapons later, but I would say if you're hesitating between C1 and her signature, there are very, very few situations where I would recommend signature over C1. It's basically the one situation where I'd recommend signature over C1 is if you have, like, basically no other decent pole arms and you're playing a team without Bennett, and your team already has a, like, infinite resistance to interruption through a shielder or something. Or you care about the drip, I guess, yeah. C2, Blood Dead directives are now already Blood Dead due when first applied, so you don't need to let it cook anymore. When Arlecchino absorbs such a dew, she unleashes Bale Moon Bloodfire in front of her, dealing 900% of her attack as pyro damage. This effect can trigger once every 10 seconds. So, when she does the charge attack to absorb her skill, there's an additional instance of damage that does a lot of damage. In terms of actual DPS increase, this isn't that much because, well, she has a lot of motion value in her kit to begin with, right? This is a character that doesn't have too many self buffs, and instead of self buffs, just has really large multipliers, right? You look at a character like Hu Tao in comparison, and Hu Tao's multipliers are not the greatest, but she gains a massive buff from her skill, right? But because Arlecchino is a character who's who gets her power more from her motion values than her skills, or than self buffs, then this 900% motion value isn't as impressive as it would be if it was 900% motion value on Hu Tao, for example, right? So in terms of DPS, it's not that insane, but it helps you front load damage. And if you're playing it in vape teams, front loading a big vape tends to be pretty strong, right? In terms of DPS on a sheet, it's not going to be the most insane constellation you've seen, but in practice, once you're going for C2 on characters like this, you're probably high investment killing enemies before the end of your rotation anyways, and so front loading your damage is going to make a bigger difference. C3, you shall become a new member of our family. Increase the level of normal attacks, invitation to a beheading by 3. It's pretty nice increase. She does most of her damage from normal attacks, so normal attack levels are pretty good. Right? Because Mask of the Red Death is part of her normal attack talent, so it gets increased by this as well. It is worth noting, though, that, again, right, once you're reaching this sort of, like, dolphin/whale level investment on characters, enemies tend to die pretty damn quickly. And so the C2 front-loading so much damage, and the C2 not being increased by the C3's damage, means that the C3 isn't quite as good in practice as it might look on paper. But it's still a pretty reasonable constellation. C4, when Arlecchino successfully absorbs a Blood Dead Directive, Bale Moon Rising's cooldown will decrease by 2 seconds and 15 energy will be restored to her. What? The fuck? This doesn't do anything? You don't want to use it off cooldown anyways? So cooldown refund doesn't matter. And if you are using your burst, it's resetting your skill cooldown, so you can EQE, which means you're generating a lot of particles, right? She generates... Oh, shit, I should have said that earlier. We'll talk about it later for ER requirements. She generates a lot of energy if you can skill twice, and so her ER requirements are already pretty low, especially if you're killing enemies this fast and you're getting HP particles, right? C4 is, like, completely dog shit. C5, also not very good. Her burst is... It doesn't increase the healing, it just makes you do, like, 100-ish, 120 more motion value when you burst. That's not very good. And then C6 increases her motion value on burst by 700% of current bond of life. So if you EQ, it's, what, 130% of 700%? A little bit over 900%. And then for 20 seconds after you use her skill, normal attacks and bursts gain 10% crit rate and 70 crit damage. It's a C6. It's a reasonable C6. For a C6, it's somewhat similar to other C6s, but she has arguably stronger early constellations than a lot of characters, which makes it so that the C6 consolidating those constellations means that she's going to be pretty strong at C6 for a C6 character. Overall, I mean, I don't like recommending constellations on characters, and I want to make it very clear she doesn't need constellations. A lot of her good teams already have some form of resistance or interruption, and so the resistance or interruption from C1 doesn't matter as much. And she is a strong enough character that she won't need constellations to clear. Right? And I really want to insist on that. I want to make that clear. If you like her a lot and you want to get constellations anyways, C1 is like a nice stopping point. C2, if you want to use her for speedrunning, is also pretty nice. C3, you can think of it like Raiden C3, right? Right, where it's one of those constellations where it's like, it's fine to get, it's not that, like, yeah, it's like, if you really, really want to get cons on her, and you already have C2, C3 is fine. Like, it's okay to go for. C4 and 5 are completely dog shit. If you're not planning on going all the way to C6, don't even bother. Like straight up, I'd rather have a fucking weapon refine than her C4 or C5. That's how not good they are. And that's saying something, because weapon refines are dog shit in this game. Okay? Yeah. Alright. C3 increases the math ratio, I know. The main downside for C3 is that she has such a big nuke from C2 that you don't need this. You're already fucking one-shotting enemies, right? But yeah. Anyways, let's now move on to the traditional, good old, classic pre-release stuff, right? We'll be looking at weapons, we'll be looking at artifact stats, or artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. So, to start off on the weapons, let's talk about her signature. This is the wrong one. No, it's not. Oh, right. So about her signature, Crimson Moon's Semblance. High base attack, low substat, crit rate substat. Grants a bond of life equal to 25% of her max HP when a charge attack hits an opponent. This effect can be triggered up to once every 14 seconds. In addition, when the equipping character has a bond of life, they gain a 12% damage bonus. If the value of the bond of life is greater than or equal to 20% of max HP, then gain an additional 24% damage bonus. I think it's 30%. Actually, wait, yeah. Yeah, sorry. If the value of the bond of life is greater than or equal to 30% of max HP, then gain an additional 24% damage bonus. So, as a general weapon, right, it itself only gives you 25% bond of life, and so you won't have 30%, and this 24% damage bonus is gonna not be something you can get, right? This means that as a stat stick, it's not very good, right? It's one of the worst, one of the worst signature weapons when it comes to how versatile they are for the characters that can use them. 12% damage is okay. For Arlecchino, though, she will get the damage bonus and get more bond of life for her passive. Here's the thing, though. She already starts with so much bond of life, and the consumption of bond of life is a relatively large percentage of the current value. So starting with 25% and more is actually not that insane of an upgrade. And in terms of just the motion value increase, it's only about 12%. Right? Then obviously you also have 36% damage and it's a crit weapon. But the point I'm making here is it sounds a bit better than it actually is. When you actually look at the weapons that she has access to, obviously she has her signature. But a lot of the other 5-star stat sticks are reasonably close. It's not that her signature is particularly bad compared to other signatures. It's just that I think a lot of people, when they see, oh, it gives her bond of life, so it's insane. It's good. The bond of life is good. But it's not as good as I think many people would expect based on the fact that it actually gives you bond of life on top of having a decent passive. Mainly because a lot of the 5-star polearms are actually pretty strong. Right? Including Salve Homa, Jadewing Spear, and Salve Scarlet Sands. On top of that, she also has some pretty reasonable 4-star options in some of her teams. So, let's talk about it. We're going to have her signature, we're going to have Homa, we're going to have Jadewing Spear, we're going to have Staff of Scarlet Sands, what else do I want to talk about? Do I want to talk Calamity Queller? I guess. Calamity and non-Bennett is decent. Even with Bennett is decent, no? It gets closer to other options without Bennett, otherwise it's like deathmatch. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, well, we can talk about it, sure. Calamity, Queller. I don't want to talk about engulfing. Do I want to talk about Vortex Vank? Man, I don't. Ah, fucking hell! I just realized I didn't make Vortex Vanquisher shielded for these teams. Yeah, I gotta talk about it, man. Oh yeah, I should actually also include refines on Jadewing Spear because it's a standard weapon, and so it's very possible that people have refines on it. I don't think it refines double though, right? 6 instead of 3.2. Hmm. Hmm. Let's look at a team that has Bennett, where it should be a little bit worse. Yeah, a little bit worse than Signature, but pretty close. Okay. Okay. We're gonna talk about fucking save me, Project Amber. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna talk about Dragon's Bane. We're gonna talk about Blackcliff. We're gonna talk about Deathmatch. We're gonna talk about Lithic. We're gonna talk about Missive Windspear. We're gonna talk about Ballad of the Fjords. No. And we're gonna talk about White Tassel. So, Signature is gonna be her best in slot. Homa, decent alternative. Or I guess, good 5-star stat stick. Jadewing Spear, also good 5-star stat stick. And generally, Jadewing Spear will perform slightly above Homa. Now, the exact amount is gonna depend on the team, but this is one of the characters where Jadewing Spear is about as good as Homa, right? I guess, yeah, it's also gonna depend on how much grip you have. Generally, based on your artifacts, the weapon that gets you closer to a 1-to-2 ratio will be the one that performs the best for your artifacts. Style of Scarlet Sands is a decent 5-star stat stick in general, but is actually pretty competitive with her signature if you're playing her in vape teams. Competitive with Sig in vape. Calamity Queller is actually a surprisingly decent 5-star stat stick. Not quite as good as Jadewing Spear or Homa, especially if you're playing with a lot of external attack buffs like with Bennett. But if you're not playing Bennett, or even if you are playing Bennett, if you don't have Jadewing Spear or Homa, Calamity Queller is actually a pretty decent stat stick. And Vortex Vanquisher, decent 5-star stat stick as well. Also does a bit better if you're not using Bennett, and also does a lot better if you're using her in a team that has a shield. When you have a shield, Vortex Vanquisher is actually competitive with the other good 5-star stat sticks. If I were to have to order them from best to worst, I think it would be in this order, yeah. I mean, obviously, Vortex Vanquisher, if you have a shield and no Bennett, could be higher, right? But yeah. Actually, yeah. And then the last 5-star weapon I want to mention is Skyward Spine. Now you might be thinking, huh? What kind of yapping is coming out of your mouth right now? What do you mean Skyward Spine? That's a shit weapon, isn't it? And kinda, yeah. It's not a great weapon. But the attack speed is nice to have, and the physical damage proc is also somewhat nice. And more importantly, while yes, the substat of ER is generally kind of useless, it's high base attack, low substat, and it has a decent passive, which means that it can be competitive with some of the 4-star or with some of the 4-star options, if not better than some of the 4-star options, depending on the team. And I know that there's a decent amount of people whose only 5-star polearm is a Skyward Spine. So if that's the case for you, and you're thinking of playing her in a team where the other weapons that you have aren't that great, then Skyward Spine can be a pretty reasonable alternative. The best way I have to describe it is that it's a decent 4-star stat stick. Dragon's Bane. Decent. Or... yeah, decent in vape. Now, the biggest issue with Dragon's Bane is that it gives you... it's a low base attack weapon. And so if you're not playing with Bennett, even if you can get... if you have a high refined Dragon's Bane with... like, with the passive up, and the EM stat, it's just not that great. And yeah, wait, let me just slightly ahead with Bennett. That makes sense. Without Bennett. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The main downside to Dragon's Bane is that some of the other weapons are pretty damn decent. And as an attack scaler, she doesn't necessarily have... I mean, it's not that she has bad synergy. Well, because, as we mentioned earlier, she doesn't actually vape that much, right? She doesn't vape that large of a portion of her hits. Then the EM from Dragon's Bane isn't as useful as the other stats you could get from other weapons. She also gets a decent amount of damage percent from her own kit because of that 40% pyro damage she gets. From her passive. Next up, Blackcliff. Blackcliff is gonna be a weapon. I mean, as usual, right? Blackcliff weapons, if you kill enemies with it, if you get stacks on it, are pretty damn good, and if you don't, are kind of meh. Overall, it's a fine weapon to go for. It visually fits her design pretty well, so I know some of you guys are gonna use it just because of the drip. And if you want to use it just because of the drip, then it's one of her good 4-star stat sticks. Deathmatch, good 4-star stat stick, and is her general baseline best in slot in Bennett teams. That being said, there are weapons that can be better depending on the situation. I mean, I guess I'd call it best 4-star stat stick. Yeah. But there are weapons that can be better under in some situations. For example, Lithic Spear. Now, Lithic Spear is a weapon that we haven't talked about in a while on this channel. It is not worth going for on a weapon banner. But some people have gotten Lithic Spear over the last couple of years of playing by going for weapon banners that had it as a rate up. If you do have it at high refine, and you're playing a team with multiple characters from Leia, Lithic can actually be competitive with the 5-star stat sticks. Right? 3-stack R5 Lithic is about as good as Jadewing Spear. One stack R1 Lithic is not good at all. For the 3 of you guys watching that have R5 Lithic and that are going to be playing her in a team like Zhongli, Xingqiu, Yilan, honestly, probably not even worth considering her signature. Because it's only like a 10% DPS increase over Lithic. For everyone else, don't even bother. Varies from garbage to great. Alright. Next up, we have the event weapon from a few patches ago, the Missive Wind Spear. Now, Missive Wind Spear is actually a pretty good stat stick, right? I didn't refine mine, whatever. It gives you 24% attack and 96 EM. That's a lot. That's a pretty large amount of stats. On top of that, Arlecchino is a character, if you're playing her in vape teams, who vapes about somewhere between a third and half of her pre-vape multiplied damage. Right? And a little bit over half of her damage is coming from vapes at a baseline, right? So EM only affects about half of her damage, a little bit over that, right? That being said, the first little bit of EM that you get increases your reaction damage by a lot. And so she's in a weird spot where she vapes just enough that getting a bit of EM is really, really nice, but not quite so much that EM substat weapons like Dragon's Bane synergize too well with her, because once you're reaching 200, especially if you're playing in a team that uses Instructor, especially if you're getting a couple substats from that are EM, you're starting to reach so much EM that the EM you get from Dragon's Bane just isn't as valuable. Missive Wind Spear gives you less than half of the EM that Dragon's Bane gives you, right? And the rest of the stats that it gives is attack, which applies to all her damage. What I'm getting at here is Missive Wind Spear is in that sweet spot where it gives just enough EM that it's, if you're playing her in vape teams, actually a pretty good free-to-play option, right? And it's actually pretty competitive with some of the non-free-to-play options. Well, okay, no. It's... Well, yeah, I mean... Yeah. If you're playing her in a team where you're not getting too many external attack buffs, for example, right, the team I mentioned earlier when I talked about Lithic, right? You're playing something like Zhongli Double Hydro. Hell, if you're playing something that likes the EM even more, like Fischl Double Hydro or something like that, right? Or Beto Double Hydro, whatever, right? If you're playing a team that isn't using Bennett and that vapes, Missive Wind Spear is actually better than low refined Battle Pass weapons. If you're playing a team that doesn't vape, it's just a fine stat stick. And if you're playing a team that that has Bennett and vapes, it's still generally one of the better free-to-play options, but not quite as good as low refined Battle Pass weapons. All of this to say, Missive Wind Spear in vape teams, pretty good. Ballad of the Fjords, the new Battle Pass weapon, the, well, new-ish Battle Pass polearm, is the best free-to-play in some vape teams. Or, sorry, not free-to-play, I'm an idiot. Best 4-star in some vape teams. So what I mean by that is, well, if you look at what Ballad of the Fjords does, when there are at least 3 different elemental types in your party, elemental mastery will be increased by 120. Wait, what? This seems not supposed to have this. Yeah, okay. Okay, there we go. So, its passive reads, when there are at least 3 different elemental types in your party, EM is increased by 120, which goes up to 240 at R5. So that's a lot of EM. It, to some extent, suffers from the same issue as Dragon's Bane at High Refine, where it's a bit too much for it to have, like, its full value. But even without its full value, it's still so many stats that, paired with the fact that it's a crit substat weapon, pretty damn good. However, when there are at least 3 different elemental types, that means that there are some vape teams where this passive just won't proc. Namely, Bennett double hydro teams. Because of that restriction, and because even in the teams where it is better than Deathmatch, it's not even that much better than Deathmatch, I would generally recommend just sticking to Deathmatch if you're looking at Battle Pass options. But if you really want to min-max for her, you already have R5 Deathmatch, and you don't know what to get from the Battle Pass, that you're getting right now. There are going to be some situations where it's the best. And finally, we have the true hero of this pre-release. White Tassel! Now, White Tassel is a 3-star weapon that gives you crit rate and 48% normal attack damage. That's more than a goblet. Let me say that again. That is more than a goblet. Now, as you can see from this blue background, it's a 3-star weapon, which means it has low base attack. However, because it's a crit rate substat, and because the passive is so strong on characters that deal most of their damage through normal attacks, like Arlecchino, if you have external flat attack buffs like Bennett, the lower base attack doesn't matter as much. And because of that, there are going to be quite a few teams where White Tassel is actually a quite good free-to-play option. They only have vape teams open. Yeah. Still though. Let me just double check this. Yeah. In vape teams where you use Bennett, White Tassel is generally within 1 or 2% of Missive Windspear. Which means that if you didn't do the event and didn't get Missive Windspear, as long as you didn't fodder all of your White Tassels, you still have a pretty strong free-to-play option. Do keep in mind, White Tassel is a weapon that is only obtainable in Leo, but the Leo expansion, as far as I'm aware, the Chenyu Veil, has white tassels in it. So do your exploration if you haven't, and make sure you keep them. Same for the Chasm, by the way. If you haven't finished Chasm exploration, there's white tassels in there as well. And if you're playing Bennett teams that do not vape, right? If you're playing, for example, a Monopyro team, if you're playing a Chevreuse team with Bennett, White Tassel is gonna be her best free-to-play option. However, if you're playing a team without Bennett, White Tassel takes a huge hit, right? The significantly lower base attack matters a lot more when you don't have plus 1000 at the end from a Bennett buff. Finally, I'm going to order these from best to worst. I've already done it mostly for the 5 stars. I guess, yeah. Skyward Spine would probably not be above the best 4 stars. Death Match next, yeah. Then probably Battle of the Fjords. Then Lithic? I don't know. Lithic is hard to rank. Probably does go here, though. Then Skyward Spine. Maybe not. Probably Missive Windspear up. Man, no. Skyward Spine above. Maybe even above Lithic. I mean, again, right, Lithic varies a lot, so it doesn't matter that much where I end up putting it. Then White Tassel. Then Missive Windspear. Then probably Blacklift and then Dragon's Bane. Right? If you're looking at teams where Dragon's Bane is like at its best, which is a Bennett Singso team, it's barely better than White Tassel. It's worse than yeah, okay. Keep in mind, when you're looking at crit rate and crit damage weapons, if your crit ratio is 1-1 or 1-5, you're losing out on a decent amount of damage, and it's very possible that the weapon that ranks worse would be better just because it gets you a better crit ratio. But yeah. Now, you'll notice, right, outside of Skyward Spine, none of these weapons give ER. So, why is that? Well, we've gone through her kit. We know what her burst does. And her burst, unless you need the healing, doesn't do anything. But even if you do need the healing, if you do E, you always want to E before you burst, right? If you are going to burst. And then if you do, okay. If you do, right? What sort of ER requirements are you looking at? Arlecchino in a team with... Let's look at... I don't know. Let's look at Bennett Singso Yelan. as our like first one we look at. So, if you do need to burst, right? You use your E, you burst, and then you use your E again. Her E generates 5 particles. I think it's very possible that ends up changing before release. So again, right, as a reminder, before making any sort of decision based on this video, check the pinned comment. If there are changes, they will be there. If there's no pinned comment, you're in the clear. But her E generates 5 particles, which is a pretty large amount, especially if you can cast it twice. That's 10 pyro particles instantly. Pretty good. Right? And then you get Bennett particles from 1E. Then you have Xingqiu and Yelan particles. She's not catching any of them. 1E from Xingqiu, 1E from Yelan for now. And then you do something like this. 5 on Xingqiu, 5 on Yelan for now. And her ER requirements, around 120% if you have to burst every rotation, right? But you don't necessarily have to burst every rotation, you just need to burst when you need the heal. And if you do really need the heal that bad, you can just do one more Bennett E, catch it on her, and use your burst, right? Like, not having the burst quite ready, because her burst isn't part of her optimal damage rotation, isn't as big of a deal, because if you're not doing an optimal damage rotation, it doesn't hurt you as much. Isn't it 50 cost? Not as far as I'm aware. No, I don't think so. But yeah. Right. Even if you lose 1-5, still relatively low, right? That's enough that if you add 1 funnel from Bennett particles, right, you're basically almost there. This is 2 rolls of ER in your substats. The point I'm making here, and hey, if you want to do a Bennett hold E, right, that's 3 particles, and yeah, like, you're fine with this. On top of that, you can do rotations that do 2 Yelan E's if you're doing a team like this. That gives you 4 more particles, and again, another way to bring it down. What I'm making here is that even if you need to burst every rotation, her ER requirements are pretty low. And there's a lot of teams where you want to run defensive utility options, and so you don't even care about bursting every rotation. Because of that, the ER that you get from ER weapons just doesn't do that much, right? The energy recharge you get from Scoured Spine, mostly useless, and I didn't actually take it into consideration for anything here. Which I guess is an upside of Scoured Spine that isn't presented here, which is that, hey, if you play like shit. No, really, if you're playing a team that doesn't have the best defensive options and you need to heal more often, with other weapons you'd have to build some more ER, which would make Scarred Spine a bit better. But yeah. Next up, we can talk about her artifact sets. Fragment of Harmonic Whimsy. 2-piece, 18% attack. 4-piece, when the value of a bond of life increases or decreases, this character deals 18% increased damage for 6 seconds, max 3 stacks. Because the value of her bond of life increases and decreases all the fucking time, this is effectively 54% damage. That's a lot, right? That's a large amount of damage. That being said, this is an upcoming artifact that will be released at the same time as her, which means when she comes out, you won't have any of it. So, while this is going to be Fragment, whatever, I'm just going to call it Whimsy. While 4-piece Whimsy is going to be her best in slot, it's still useful to know what else can be good, right? When you're looking at other alternatives, first one that should jump out to you from the fact that she's a normal attack focused character is 4-piece Gladiators. 4-piece Gladiators is 18% attack and 35% damage, right? That's a lot. That's pretty fucking good, right? If it wasn't for her new signature set coming out, 4-piece Glad would have likely just been the main thing you should go for, right? Now, for most people watching, if you're watching a fucking pre-release character or pre-release video from a theory crafter, I'm gonna assume that you're not entirely new to the game. And if that's the case, probably have a few Glad pieces lying around, right? You get Glad pieces from a lot of the early stuff. You get Glad pieces from boss drops, from you used to get Glad pieces from Abyss back in the day, but not anymore. Point is, even if you don't actively farm for Glad, you end up seeing a lot of Glad pieces. Because of that, it's relatively likely that you have a pretty decent Glad set. Now, is it worth to actively farm Glad and use the strong box on Glad to try to get her a better set? It is not. Don't do that to yourself. But if you have some +0 Glad pieces that look promising, that are lying around right now, and you haven't leveled them because you don't have anyone to use Glad on, and you actually want to be able to play her on release rather than have to farm a full set for her before you can play her, Glad's pretty good. On top of that, the other artifact domain, the other artifact set in the domain is a burning set that on release won't have too many good users. Which means that if you're at a stage of your account where you're kind of stuck farming, maybe stuck farming emblems, stuck farming Gilded or Deepwood, something like that, and it's going to take you a while before you're ready to go and get an actual decent set of her signature set, using Glad is a very nice thing to do in the meantime. So, it's fine. It's decent. Alright, it's what you're going to be using on her if you want to play her on day one, most likely. But the gap between Glad and her signature set is... I mean, it's going to depend on the team, it's going to depend on the weapon, but it goes from 35% damage to her normal attacks only, to 54% damage to all of her damage. Well, most of her damage. I guess it's not quite all. Main point, though, is that it's 35 versus 54, so it's 19% more damage percent. Based on how much damage percent you already had, that's generally going to be anywhere between like 7 and 15% more damage. Which is most of the time good enough to justify farming for it if you intend on actually playing her. If she's just a character you're getting to have one more character you can play, she'll be good enough on Glad. But if she's going to be one of the two main characters you're playing, it likely is worth the time to get a good set of her signature set. That being said, these are not the only two options. You can also go 4-piece Gilded if you're playing her in Vape teams. At the end of the day, Gilded is just a decent amount of stats. Over to Glad, though, obviously, Glad can be used in all of her teams. Gilded can't. Or at least, Gilded is much worse in some of her teams. Then you can look at something like 4-piece Lava Walker, which is 35% damage to pyro-affected enemies. In Mono Pyro is fine, but is worse than Glad and useless outside of Mono Pyro. I guess some Chivalrous teams as well, but most of them no. It's kind of like, eh. You can look at 2-piece, which is actually just generally going to be better than 4-piece Lava Walker. I mean, I guess, if you're playing in Mono Pyro, 4-piece Lava Walker is fine. Otherwise, 2-piece of... and this is actually kind of interesting. Right? You can do Pyro, you can do Attack, you can do EM and Vape. Or you can do normal attack damage. Right? So 4-piece Maréchaussée is actually pretty good. Sorry, 2-piece Maréchaussée. My bad. 4-piece Maréchaussée. Oops. Obviously it's going to be good if you're playing her in Farina teams. But as we're going to talk about once we get into the Farina into the teams, Farina teams aren't really the greatest with her. And even on those teams, 4-piece Maréchaussée effectively forces you to burst every rotation. Because if you're not bursting, you're not healing. And if you're not healing, you're going to be at 50%. You're not going to be consuming HP. And therefore, you're not going to be proccing the set effect past the first rotation. It's one of those things where, like, if you are playing with Farina, it's going to be a fine option. But unironically, you almost get more value from the 2-piece than the 4-piece. But if you have a really cracked Maréchaussée and you're between 4-piece Maréchaussée and 2-piece Maréchaussée and something else, using Maréchaussée is fine, right? But it shouldn't be what you're building around. Next, what other sets could we talk about? 4-piece Echoes. I guess we can talk about Echoes. Echoes is really bad on her. I'm not going to put it down, though. Echoes is bad on her because it doesn't... Or it gives you motion value, and her motion value is already so good. Four-piece Crimson Witch is fine. The 4-piece effect from Crimson Witch, even without the damage percent you get when you use skill, is generally somewhat equivalent to a 2-piece EM. So 4-piece Crimson Witch is effectively the same as 2-piece Pyro EM, right? So if you have a really cracked Crimson Witch, it's something you can consider. But it's around, or it's going to be pretty similar to, it's going to be pretty similar to just going a 2-piece. Shimenawa's is bad. You'd think that, ooh, well, she's not that burst reliant, so Shimenawa's is good, right? Thing is, you have to let her mark cook for 5 seconds, and the Shimenawa's effect procs when you cast skill. Yeah, no. So, and it only lasts for 10 seconds, so at most you're gonna have 5 seconds of uptime. Realistically, more likely to be something like 2 or 3 seconds. And as much as she's not that burst reliant, that doesn't mean you're never going to use burst. And if you use burst, and then use skill, you don't have energy to proc this. Right? Because you just use your burst, you're starting 0 energy, and you want to start your rotation with her skill, so you're going to be at 0 energy and you're just not going to get the effect. Because Witch of Flame is also 10 seconds. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I literally didn't even talk about the... about this part of the passive. This part doesn't matter. It also has the same issue, but who cares? The part that matters is increase vaporize and melt damage by 15%. This is the equivalent of slightly better than a 2-piece EM. Anyways. What do you mean, I shouldn't have said that. Okay. I think that's it for artifact sets that people might consider. But yeah, I guess Shimenawa's with C2. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just this nuke damage is not considered normal or charge attack damage as far as I'm aware. So it probably doesn't get increased by Shimenawa's. I feel like if you're gonna be using something other than her signature set on day 1 with C2, it should be something that buffs the C2 damage. I'd use Crimson Witch. Or 4-piece Glad. I think specifically if you're going for C2, 4-piece Crimson Witch would be better. Maybe Glad would cheat slightly higher, but you're killing enemies before doing that many normal attack hits. And Glad, I don't think, affects this. I mean, Gilded? Oh. Yeah, Gilded would also work. Gilded or Crimson Witch would both be good. Depending on how much EM you have Crimson Witch could be better or worse, I think. Probably Gilded is generally going to be better, though. Anyways, if I were to rank them, I'd say that... Yeah, 4B's Signature for sure, then Glad and Gilded. Then Crimson Witch. Then 2B's 2B's, then Marie-José, then Lava Walker. And don't use Shimenawa. Alright, next up, artifact stats. So, baseline, as is the case for almost every character, is going to be attack, pyro, crit. However, there are two main changes that can happen depending on your weapon and team. Those two changes can be an EM Sands and an attack goblet, right? Or I guess even an EM goblet as a third change, but like that one's a little more. I mean, technically it can, but yeah. Basically, she gets 40% pyro damage from she gains 40% pyro damage from her kit. And a decent amount of her teams and weapon options give her damage percent. Her best general free-to-play weapon, 48 normal attack damage. Her signature set, 54 damage. Her signature weapon is 36 damage as well. If you're playing C6 Bennett, 15 damage. If you're playing Yelan, up to 50. On average, in the 30s. If you're playing Kazuha, another 30 to 40. When you have so many sources of damage percent, it makes it so that damage percent becomes comparatively worse, right? Damage percent is still increasing your damage by the same amount, but with all that damage percent, you'd be multiplying attack by a bigger number if you got attack instead, right? Because of that, there's going to be some situations where attack goblet is better. Now, it effectively boils down to this, right? Take your attack number and multiply it by 1 plus your damage. Like your damage percent, right? And that's the number you want to maximize. If that number is bigger with an attack goblet, the attack goblet will be better. If it's bigger with a damage goblet, the damage goblet will be better. Now the cringe comes from the fact that there is no place that actually shows you in game all of the damage percent effects you have. And you have to actually use your buffs to see your attack percent when you're buffed, right? Or to see your total attack when you're buffed. As a general rule, as usual, best way to go about things is going to be to use the optimizer. But yeah, like you can see your pyro damage, but it doesn't get added to your normal attack damage, to your overall damage, your damage against enemies affected by pyro from Lava Walker. Right? So, and because of that, it can be pretty difficult to actually do that if you've never done it before, to actually do that in your head or based on the information available to you in game. That's why optimizer is generally so useful. Just keep that in mind. And if you have a really good attack goblet on Glad, which for long-time players is actually pretty likely, right? Like, if you've been playing for a really long time, you've probably seen a lot of Glad artifacts, and whenever you see a double crit artifact, there's an innate desire to lock it, right? So go through your locked +0 Glad goblets. See if you have anything that's like outstanding. That's like an attack goblet with double crit, something like that. And even if attack goblet is worse, if it has better substats, it can still be better. All of that being said, in most situations, Pyro Goblet is still slightly better. Especially because you don't just get a bunch of damage buffs, you also get a bunch of attack buffs. Like Bennett. If you're using Chevreuse, like Chevreuse. If you're using Noblesse, TOM, all that stuff, you can get a lot of external attack buffs as well. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back. Wait. I'm back. Oh, that was lucky. Alright. So, the other thing I wanted to mention is EM Sands. Now, I talked a little bit about the effect of EM on her damage earlier. Mods. I talked a little bit about the effect of EM on her damage when I talked about Dragon's Bane earlier in the weapon section. But to quickly recap, EM is going to be, because it's only affecting about half of her damage, it's going to be good, but obviously not preferable to other stats. Now, that being said, because the way that the formula works is it multiplies the other stats, once you have enough of the other stats, well, EM, even though it only multiplies part of her damage, it's still a multiplier, and it becomes pretty good. What that means is that if you're playing, for example, a Bennett team, like a Bennett Vape team, with artifacts that have really low EM substats, especially if you're playing artifact sets that are not Instructor on your Bennett, EM Sends become anywhere between competitive and actually better. There's also the very special case if you're using Staff of Scarlet Sands, which gives you attack based on your total EM, then EM Sands are also better in vape teams. Keep in mind though, EM Sands are a lot worse when you're using EM weapons, right? More stats is always more good, but EM Sands are strictly a replacement to attack Sands. And so, once you have enough EM, unless your EM Sands is really good and your attack Sands is really bad, you're generally better off sticking to attack. Maybe I can even do a little, yeah, okay. So, for a Bennett team, right? And I guess I'll put a stream marker when I'm done building this. So, base attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Okay. Base attack. What weapon would be? White Tassel, I guess. So 401 plus Arlecchino, 342. Attack percent. 46.6% plus our resonance, noblesse. Yeah, 30% from subs, 18 from artifact set. I think that's it. Yeah. Flat attack, 350-ish, plus 1,000. Yeah, 3130. EM 40. Yeah, multiplier. Okay. Or I guess, yeah. Okay. All right. Something's wrong here. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay. I guess I'm gonna want adjusted effective attack. Okay, yeah. It's about half of her damage baseline. And so adjusted effective attack. I guess, And then they meet at around 100. Yeah, okay. So if I do this, fuck. And insert graph. That's the wrong axis. How do I look at the other axis? Am I an idiot? Oh, like it's like this one, yeah. Okay, we can start at 3K. And yeah, sure. Okay. Then we have axis titles. Adjusted damage. I guess I don't need this one actually. EM. Fucking text options. Wait, what? How do I change the words? Oh, I guess I have to change them here. Okay, so this is gonna be attack sends, EM sends. So damage based on sends. Very cool. Okay, whatever. Let me put a marker to help with the editors. So, did a quick little graph just to showcase. When you're looking at White Tassel in a Bennett team, with Bennett C5 on a 4-star weapon, the breakpoints where EM Sands is about as good as attack Sands is going to be around somewhere between 120 and 140. After which attack Sands would be better. And this is EM before looking at your Sands, right? And before which EM Sands would be better. Now, the overall difference isn't that big if you're below or not too far above, but it does become relatively big if you start being a large amount above that around 120-ish benchmark. And so if you have a lot of external EM buffs, for example, you're playing Instructor, you're playing Elegy Elon, and your best available option for her weapons is R5 Ballad of the Fjords, then EM Sands would be completely dogshit. Like, actually terrible. Right, all of this to say, EM Sands can be fine. Right? And again, if you go over that, right, and that's about 300 EM with the EM Sands, right, if you're at 120 without it. If you're at 300 EM with EM Sands, hell, even if you're at 400 EM with EM Sands, if your EM Sands is a lot better than your attack Sands, that's still going to be good, right? It's just when you're starting to get into like the 5, 6, 700, it might start being the case that even a pretty shit attack Sands could be better. Anyways, let's finish with the teams. Now, there's a few things to say for the teams. And I think we need to start by talking about Vape, because she has already and will continue to be she's already been and it will continue to be compared to Hu Tao. That's just the reality of it. Hell, when we got our first leaks about her, the vague leaks that happened a decent amount before, but long before the beta, she was referred to as Big Hu Tao. Right? The Hu Tao comparisons are going to be there for a long time. Right? So let's start by talking about her Vape teams. Effectively, right, what she has is a damage profile that starts above Hu Tao, right? Her damage at the very start of her rotation is better than Hu Tao. But every time she attacks, she loses bond and her damage goes down. At the end of her rotation, her damage is significantly worse than Hu Tao. What that means is that there's going to be situations where you're killing the enemies fast enough that she is going to be better than Hu Tao. There's also going to be teams where that's not the case, and she's going to be similar or worse. Now, that is before looking at the fact that she cannot heal. If you ever have to use your burst to finish, because if you don't, you're gonna die. She sinks to not great, right? If you have to use your burst right after you started attacking because you're gonna die if you don't, she is very underwhelming. Personally, I kind of like that. I think that it's really cool that we finally have a character that actually rewards you a decent amount for playing properly, for playing well, for dodging attacks and stuff like that. I think that for the more casual players out there that have defensive utility options that are going to make it so you don't have to focus too much on the dodging, she's gonna feel better than Hu Tao because she's a lot less reliant on animation cancels than Hu Tao is. Now, as far as I'm aware, her best combo is N3D. right? So 3 normal attacks into a dash, and then just keep doing that. But the actual difference in output between that and just mashing normal attacks is obviously a lot smaller than the difference in output between charge cancels on Hu Tao and mashing normal attacks. Because Hu Tao's normal attacks are not very good. Right? If you're someone who doesn't bother with learning combos and stuff like that, she's gonna be nice. There's also the fact that if you need to dash because you need to dodge an attack, her damage doesn't go down that much because so much of her damage is in her Mask of the Red Death that which attack is being used, whether it's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth one, right? It doesn't matter that much because it's not the attack itself that does the big brunt of the damage, it's the mask, right? All this to say, right? Inability to heal aside, she's going to be mechanically easier to play than Hu Tao. The inability to heal will make her feel really bad against some enemies in some content. God, I can only imagine how dog shit she's gonna feel against Rift Hounds. I don't even want to think about it. I do not want to think about how bad she's gonna feel against Rift Hounds. But she does have access to defensive utility options that are actually pretty good. Now, because she already gets so much damage percent from her kit and her signature set, and because she doesn't vape almost all of her damage like Hu Tao does, she's a lot less synergistic with the good animal units we have, right? She's less synergistic with Kazuha because the damage percent doesn't do that much for her. She's less synergistic with Sucrose for the same reason. On top of that, she's more reliant on Bennett's buff to deal large damage numbers than Hu Tao is, because Hu Tao buffs her own attack so much, whereas Arlecchino doesn't. That leaves you in a situation where you want to maximize Bennett buff uptime, and you don't get punished as hard for not using an animal unit. Now, generally, when you're using an animal unit, you're using them for VV, and VV's buff duration is shorter than Bennett's buff, or VV's debuff duration, I guess, is shorter than Bennett's buff. That means you want to go on Bennett, and then go to your animal unit. That means you're losing Bennett uptime on your animal unit. Because of that, units that, have the option to not have to do like specific cancels, have a little bit more flexibility in rotations, can swap out whenever, right? They're gonna, and that are more reliant on Bennett's buff, they're going to ideally want to spend as much time on Bennett or with Bennett buff as possible. And so there's going to be some anti-synergy with some of the animal units. Does that mean that the animal units are going to be bad for her? Not at all. But what it does mean is that the teams that don't use animal units, the teams that use alternatives, are going to be a lot closer. On top of that, you generally don't have the best defensive utility options in the Animo unit. I've looked at the damage that her teams do, and in my opinion, taking into account the reliance on defensive utility, I think that her general best team is going to be a Zhongli Bennett Vape team. It's not going to be the highest DPS one, but I do think it's going to be... It's effectively because of the anti-synergy that exists between her kit and the Animo units. While it's not going to be as much DPS, it's actually not that far behind. That being said, you do have a decent amount of flexibility in your vape teams, right? You can use Bennett, you can use a defensive utility option like Zhongli. Zhongli will be the best defensive utility option, but when you're against freezable enemies, characters like Lila will also be able to, you know, do pretty well. Characters like Diona as well. Getting some melts is just nice, right? It's just, if the enemy is not freezable, your cryo isn't getting you melts, it's removing hydro, and you're not getting anything out of it. So it's really not the... It's not a perfect situation, let's just say. But if you are against freezable enemies, then both Diona and Lila would be pretty alright. You can still use you can very much still use the Animo units. They're still quite good, especially when you're against enemies that aren't too dangerous. I think Last Abyss was a really good example of an Abyss with enemies that are honestly just damage sponges and stalling machines, right? We had the Ruin Serpent, we had the Weenut, and we had... What was the last one? I forgot. Aeon Blight Drake, right. All of these enemies don't have attacks that deal that much. Well, I guess if you're doing their mechanics properly, all these enemies don't have attacks that do that much damage and kind of just sit there and don't really attack you. Against enemies like that, especially, even if you're playing a team with no defensive utility, you're probably going to be completely fine. But against more aggressive enemies, like Coplia, for example, it's definitely not gonna be... It's gonna be technically doable if you're really good, but it's not something I would recommend, basically. That being said, if you don't have Zhongli or think you can, you know, play well enough to not need a defensive utility option, or to need strictly a shield, you can still get better defensive utility by using a character like Sing So for the damage reduction. Out of the teams I've looked at so far, I've looked, like for the vape teams, I've looked mostly at Bennett, Zhongli, Hydro. I've looked at Bennett, Animal, Hydro. And I've looked at Bennett double Hydro, as well as Zhongli double Hydro. Honestly, the one I'm going to be playing, the one I'm expecting to overall be the one people turn to the most once she's out, is going to be Bennett Shield Hydro. With Bennett double Hydro not being too far behind. But you can still do Zhongli, double Hydro. You can still do VV Vape with Bennett. Yeah. One thing that is interesting about a few of these teams, mainly Bennett Shield Hydro and VV Vape, is that if you're playing them with Yelan, your longest cooldown is Yelan's Burst on 18 seconds. Which means that you can do 18-second rotations. Now, something that's pretty important to note about that is that while shorter rotations are, if you actually do a rotation in 18 seconds instead of 21, that is basically a 15% DPS increase. That's a pretty big deal. But tight rotations like that are a lot harder to execute perfectly. And most of the time, unless your rotation is significantly longer or shorter, if you're clearing in the same amount of rotations, you're going to clear in a similar amount of time. I think that if you're just going to be looking at sheets that look at her DPS on 18-second rotations, or as we're going to get into for some of the later teams, rotations even shorter than that, like 16 seconds, you're going to get a flawed idea of how actually strong she is. Because you're probably not doing these rotations that fast. Right? If you make a couple mistakes on a team with a 21-second rotation, very often those rotations already have some margin for error. Right? When you're playing teams with Singso. Right? There's very often already 1 or 2 seconds of wiggle room where you don't really technically have anything you could be doing during those 1 or 2 seconds. You're kind of just standing there if you're playing perfectly. Whereas with 18-second rotations, that's just not there, right? And so in most situations, I think you can expect to play 18-second rotations in 20 seconds. Which is going to make them a lot worse than they look on paper. Anyways. She can be played in things other than Vape, right? And that's, I think, her biggest advantage over Hu Tao. Because when you look at these teams, I'd say that generally, between her and Hu Tao, I'd probably recommend Hu Tao. But her biggest advantage over Hu Tao is that she can be played in other teams. And she's actually synergistic and good in other teams, right? Much of Hu Tao's power is in her charge attack and the fact that it doesn't have ICD, and therefore you can vape all of it. So when you're not playing her in vape teams, she's a lot worse. She's still decent, but definitely a lot worse. Arlecchino already doesn't vape all that insane of a portion of her damage, and so that opens up other team options that wouldn't necessarily be all that great with Hu Tao. So, for example, you have Chevreur's Overload teams. Now, these teams can either be using... Well, obviously you're going to have Arlecchino, you're going to have Chevreur's, and then you want at least one Electro unit. And the last unit is either Electro or Pyro. So I'm going to be separating the Chevreur's teams in Chevreur's double Electro and Chevreur's Bennett. I think there's... I guess could technically do Shoveler's Channeling as well, but... But sure. Anything other than that, I think, is kind of fake. Shovelers Double Electro teams generally are gonna be the worst ones in terms of strict output. However, when you're playing Double Electro, you have access to an actual defensive option, right? The only Pyro option that you really have for defensive utility, technically there's Daya, but Daya just halves the damage you receive. You're still receiving damage, so you're still going to need to heal, right? So basically it's, I guess, Yunfei or Toma that have actual shields. But neither of them really do significant damage. Whereas for Electro, you have a somewhat defensive focused unit that does do actually reasonable damage in Beto. I think that as a general rule, I would almost always prefer running Beto to Toma in Shovelers teams. For Arlecchino. So Beto's defensive utility is something that a lot of people, I think, just forget about. The little shield that she gives on ult isn't that significant. Like, it's not bad, but it's not that great. But what she does give you is she gives you resistance to interruption and damage reduction, right? So effectively, when it comes to defensive focused or offensive focused defensive utility options, you can think of Beto as the Shovelers team's alternative to using Xingqiu. I really want to insist on the fact, or on let's try that again. I really want to emphasize that Arlecchino without defensive utility options is going to be rough to play. And so, while the double Electro teams are generally going to be worse than the alternatives in terms of just outright damage, I do expect the average player to prefer them to the slightly stronger teams. On top of that, double Electro means no Bennett, means no Circle, which a lot of people would appreciate, right? That's one of the biggest upsides of, if we're going back to the vape teams, the Zhongli double Hydro team, right? It's the, or I guess any other shield double Hydro team. Or I guess I should also include Xianyun double Hydro. I don't like Beto because 20-second burst cooldown doesn't line up if you want to do a longer split rotation, but it doesn't matter. You just use your Beto burst whenever it's up. in that team, you don't have any short duration buff, so you can just swap to beta whenever the burst is up. You don't need to be doing actual rotations. Anyways, then you have Sugar's Bennett, which is gonna be the best performing just damage-wise of the Sugar's teams, and overall one of her stronger teams. I'd say that with C6 Sugars, it's actually competitive. If not, in some situations, better than the vape teams. Without it, it's generally a bit worse. And yeah, I'm going at this with the assumption that Sugar's C6 works, which, as far as we've been told from leakers, it does, but that could be changed by the time she's out. And then finally, Sugar's Channeling is just going to be another non-circle impact version, but you still don't have defensive utility, so I don't know how much I like it. Next up, we have Monopyro, yeah. In Monopyro, she's gonna be pretty damn good. She's definitely gonna be one of the better options for Monopyro. There's really not that much to say. The Monopyro teams where you're playing Bennett, Kazuha, Xiangling don't have a shield option, but you can just use Zhongli as a shield instead of Kazuha if you don't need the grouping. Or even TTDS Yanfei as well. Overall, this is going to be a pretty strong Monopyro team, honestly. There's really not that much to say about Monopyro. It's a pretty straightforward team, and it's going to be pretty good. I want to quickly mention Burgeon, because I know some people are going to are gonna want to know about it. Burgeon just isn't great for pyro carries. Because Dendro wipes your it wipes your Hydro Aura. So if you have fast Dendro, you're gonna lose Vapes. And if you have slow Dendro, well, you're barely getting any Burgeons. On top of that, she's a Burgeon character. She's a character that can't heal. Don't know if you want to play that in Burgeon. On top of that, she barely has any off-field pyro. Overall, could be something you do with like Nahida, Zhongli, Xingqiu, if basically just because Nahida is a pretty big EM buff, and the Burgeons are not completely useless, right? And it will increase your AoE a little bit. But it's not like the main thing. I wouldn't really recommend it. Speaking of her AoE, and I guess bringing it back to Hu Tao, I know a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh, she's Hu Tao but AoE," and no, she's not. I will say, we have had data mined leaks today that they're increasing her AoE. So this is like a massive grain of salt, massive asterisk, massive check the damn pin comment to make sure this is still accurate as of the moment you're watching this. But her AoE is like very small. It's not Syncto burst small. But it's not like it's not Ito, it's not Alhaitham, right? Like there's it's somewhere between the two. It is a bit bigger than Hu Tao's AoE, but not significantly so. So just keep that in mind. All right. Outside of what I've mentioned, you can also just use teams where you're just putting buffers on the team, or even just that like non-reactive damage dealers, right? I know some people are gonna want to know about Chiori. You can play like Bennett Zhongli Chiori, or Yelan Zhongli Chiori, or Singso Zhongli Chiori. But that's something you can do. It's fine. I mean, basically all the Yoimiya teams, right? So also Yunjin, Zhongli, Yelan or Yunjin, Zhongli, Bennett. This one, I don't think there's a nice way to say this, but what makes Yunjin a fine option in Yoimiya teams is the fact that Yoimiya is not that great. Yoimiya's personal motion value output is just not that high, which makes the added effective motion value you're gaining from Yunjin somewhat significant. Plus, she actually benefits from the attack speed. For Arlecchino, the benefit from the attack speed is much smaller because of hit lag. And well, she does more damage. Like her personal output is at a baseline higher, which means that what you're gaining from Yunjin doesn't quite do as much. So Yunjin is gonna be not. I mean, it's gonna work, but it's not gonna be great, right? I mean, same thing for Chiori to some extent. Although I'd recommend Chiori over Yunjin for sure. But it's one of those things where like in Yoimiya teams, it's a decent alternative. But because Arlecchino does more damage, you'd rather focus on a way to increase her damage than on a character that does off-field damage like her. What other teams do I want to talk about? Is there anything else? I'm not sure. Overvape? Yes, overvape. Overvape. That's a good point. Overvape. which is the vape with an electro unit. It's gonna work. How do I address this the best way? When you're playing Overvape, right, you're generally going to be using Fischl. Maybe Fischl Beto. Overall, they're not necessarily the best. They're not necessarily the best of her teams, but they're going to be reasonable if you don't have the units to make some of the other teams. Right? Like if you have Bennett Svingto, you're looking for a good last slot. You don't think you're going to need the defensive utility from a shielder. Yeah, just Fischl's going to be a great unit to slot in. Plunge with Shannon, yeah. I mean, I've already talked about Shannon double Hydro. You can also do Shannon Bennett with Hydro. It'll be pretty good. I think that the scuff that can come from... That's not how you write Shannon. The scuff that can come from your damage relying on plunge attacks. And the fact that if you're not doing those plunge attacks, Shannon's not doing anything for your team here, really. Or, like, not doing much, at least. Is gonna make it so that even though they're very likely gonna sheet as really strong, I wouldn't really recommend them over baseline vape teams. I don't think. But they're still gonna be a very viable option. Yeah, I guess we can talk quickly about Melt. Melt, I don't expect to be very good with her. Like, just straight. Like, Vape Melt, like, as in using a Quar unit in a Vape team, that's gonna be fine. But just straight to Melt without a Hydro unit, I don't think is gonna be very good, right? The Blood Debt Directive damage over time effect can screw over some of your setups, and while her pyro application isn't fast per se, it's also not incredibly slow, right? And so I doubt there's gonna be good setups that let you properly melt all your meltable hits. Now, on top of that, there's the fact that the Cryo units that you can use with her generally don't tend to do quite as much damage as the Hydro units. And they don't really have many buffs. Which means that the main reason there is to make you melt, and because she only melts a part of her damage, or like about half of her damage, rather than, you know, basically all of it, she's gonna be gaining less from the melts as well. So overall, meh. Not a fan of Melt. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Burning, bad. So imagine how Chevrolet reduces ER requirements for other units, and how Vape needs a lot of ER. I guess. If you're playing some of the solo Hydro Vape teams like VV Vape or Bennett Shield Hydro, the ER requirements on your Hydro unit is going to be pretty damn high. So keep that in mind. But yeah. So I think that does it for teams. Now, as like an overall recap and like overall summary of my thoughts on her, I think I'm pretty satisfied with her current beta state. She's not game-breakingly strong. She's not okay. No, right. She's balanced in the sense that she gets some pretty solid upside at the cost of potential heavy reliance on defensive utility. And so I'm relatively satisfied with her overall power level. When it comes to design, I think that it's nice that we have a unit that actually rewards properly dodging and not getting hit. So that's pretty cool. I definitely do think that it's a bit boring that in practice she's effectively just gonna be swap, like use your E, swap out, but then swap to her and just normal attack until the numbers are white and then swap out. I think that's how most people are gonna end up playing her. And I think that's kind of boring to some extent. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess. One thing I want to warn you guys about is, I guess two things I want to warn you guys about. One, if you're playing her in Overworld, right? You can E, let it cook, catch the mark, teleport, come back, E, let it cook, catch the mark, and start your rotation with 200 Bond of Life instead of 130. Which means that showcases on day one are going to lie to you, okay? If the whole health bar is red, they cheated. Remember that. These numbers are going to look bigger than they actually will in content that matters. Alright? She's a very TikTok showcasey unit. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so that's number one. Number two, her damage is very front-loaded. Right? A lot of her damage happens early on while she has a lot of Bond of Life. because of that, it's gonna feel like she does more damage than she actually does. Now, front load is an upside, right? A unit doing the same damage but doing it earlier is better, right? And that upside will be felt, especially once you start reaching moments where you can either, or like when you clear the enemy before the end of a rotation, right? But that also means that the numbers you see on the first hit aren't really representative of the numbers that she's consistently doing throughout her uptime, right? Like, let's say, right, I get about, I mean, I have Jade Wing Spear, so 674 plus 342. Actually, didn't I already do this? I think I did. Yeah, okay. Alright. And I guess this isn't even... Yeah, this is actually kind of fake. Wait. So, if I look at the build that I'm gonna have on day one, right? Assuming I could crown her on day one, which isn't gonna be possible because new boss, but... If I could crown her on day one, right? If I do my setup in a Zhongli, Elon, Bennett team, and then I swap to her, and I use my normal attack, the first one is going to do 135k. It's pretty big, right? Assuming it crits. But as you can see, it goes down after that. It's all downhill from there, and pretty significantly so. Right? So just keep in mind, just because the first hit is wow, insane poggers, not all of them will be like that. Right? Please try not to get misled on her strength too much based on showcases that will that will deal noticeably more damage than what you can actually expect. Anyways, right? Because not only is the damage, like the bond of life, going down, right? But also you're only vaping some of the hits, right? So my first hit is a vape with full bond of life. My last hit is a non-vape with barely any bond of life. It goes from 135 to 30, right? Anyways. I think that's gonna do it. Overall, pretty strong character. Not game breaking, but definitely has enough upsides that there are reasons to go for her over some of the other pyro carries. Before getting to test her, I don't think that she's overall better than Hu Tao. I think overall she's weaker. But there will definitely be situations where she's preferable. So hey, at least there's that. I'm excited to get to test her, and see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Boy, that was a long one. Holy. Tell editors, yes. Recorded Arlecchino pre-release. It's a big one. Okay. Can I enable the emote again? Sure. Sure you can. Alright, chat. That being said, I think we're winding down. I am tired, man. God, that took so much out of me. I don't know why. Usually pre-releases are fun, but this one, it's... ugh. No star rail. Yeah. You know what? You know what? Okay. Winset again? Yeah. Yeah. I know. I know, I know. You just be what it is, man. What do I... You know what, chat? Maybe we don't. Maybe we do something else. Hmm. Please something else, not be VOD hack. You know me too well, man. That's fucked up. You know what? I know what I want to do. Hmm. Elation! Nice. That's pretty good too. Dude said that's good for ratio, so he doesn't have to use lighting set anymore. This set is good for ratio. But I guess it doesn't replace lightning set. I'm an idiot. I don't know, man.
Knowledge, the measure of truth, and falsehood.
Quick divination.
My lightning set is so good, though. Like, why not use it, you know?
Thousand wonders. Fight is one.
Like, why not use it?
Test.
Enemy ready for another?
I'm asking. Answer me.
Is that good enough? Yeah, that's good enough. If only you had a lightning carry. Man.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth, and falsehood.
Why does Jingyon have to be so bad?
0 points.
Any explainers in chat?
A thousand wonders. Fight is one.
Fail. Answer me. 0 points.
That's not elation. That's not elation. What the fuck? No Acheron, huh? Yeah.
Enemy data network is activated.
This would be a lot faster with Acheron, huh?
Welcome, customer.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth, and falsehood. Fail.
I see through you. Together as one.
0 points.
Let's be friends. Yeah.
Answer me.
Elation, Pog. Elation, Pog. Woo!
Infallible. Cool it. Enemy data network is activated. Time for a good old counterattack. All things human creations. Commencing support. Ready for another? Seize the moment.
I'm asking questions.
Please, Brock.
Test.
A quick divination.
SAS
This game sucks.
the measure of truth and falsehood.
A thousand wonders to raise your fight is one. Seize the moment.
I think I'm still fine, right?
Enemy targets
Yeah.
detected.
Just barely, but we're fine.
Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Striking? Hey, thank you.
Ready for another? Keep the moment. Yeah. Unlearn and awaken.
Answers. Test. Zero race.
Let's be friends.
Oop, I'm an idiot.
I see.
Answer me.
Enemy targets detected.
Aww. Can't be doing that shit. That's not okay. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. Elation. Oh, that's kind of good. Nah. Fuck. Oh, that's fine, actually. Ew. Please, elation. Eh, whatever. Hard choice? Not really. Auspicious isn't that good because it's completely useless against the final boss.
Infallible. Be watchful, always.
For the theater of the...
All things human creations. You're in trouble now.
Yeah, okay, I want to start with this.
Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
And then this.
1,000 wonders to fight as one.
And then this. And then this. No! Why not? That's fine.
Time for a good old counterattack.
Really doesn't get Dono Walled this time. I don't want to add it.
Advancing support.
Here you go. Didn't get Dono Walled.
Ready for another?
Test. 0 points. Your answer. Answer me.
Okay, but I want to add it. Can I, pretty please? Ew. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. Fine. Fine, you can add it. Sure, whatever. Wow! Woo! I wasn't serious? Okay, well, I take it back then. Can you react to this before I go to bed? What is it? I don't want to click on it. Pause, are we Izumo farming without Acheron? Yeah. For Topaz ratio.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Zero points. Out of defense. SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
I'm an idiot. Why did I do that? I don't know.
And awaken.
Huh.
Let's be friends. Yeah, we have the upper
yeah, I have propagation. I forbore. Very nice. I need to get Aiden soon, though. Come on.
SAS per Kibbe. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Knowledge, the measure of truth.
That was bad, right? Because you can only get it on one character. Yeah, you can only get it on. I forbore. I forbore. Well, who cares?
Welcome, customers. Yeah.
These are not elation. What? There's elation. Hog. Okay.
SAS per Kibbe. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
1,000 wonders. Fight is fun. Enemy data secure network activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
0 points.
Yeah, fuck it. Oh god.
You're on. Answer me. 3.
Wow! That's alright. Sorry about that, chat. Sometimes I feel like if I act as though I had just gotten something good, it will make it so that I had just gotten something good. Hey. I do wish to draw more. Oh, never mind. How do you get the erudition blessings in normal sim universe? I think you have to do, like, finish a certain amount of, I don't know,
The measure of truth and falsehood.
finish Golden Gear's story or something. I don't know, man.
1,000 wonders. Fight is fun. Enemy data secure network activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
0 points. Test. 0 points.
Came together. Converge and awaken.
Are you free to play? Yep. Why did I hit that one? I don't want to talk about it.
SAS per Kibbe. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Enemy data secure network activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
3.
Enemy data secure network activated. Time for a good
Good old counterattack! Sorry.
0 points. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
all things in the human creations. Came together.
0 points.
Enemy targets detected.
Elation. This is kind of good, but I can't be bothered. Elation. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Invalid.
For the theater of the SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
1,000 wonders to fight is fun.
Why did I... Wait, what am I doing? What is blood doing?
It came together. All things in the human creations. Welcome, customers. Enemy data signet markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Enemy data signet markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Answer me. Zero place. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Three.
Commencing support.
Zero place. SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Thousand wonders. Fight is fun.
Alright.
Enemy data signet markers activated. Time for
Okay, you look sad? It's because I saw into the future. I saw into the future, okay? I peered into the cosmic. I saw the relics I'm about to get, and they made me sad. Okay, like. Why do you have to ha?
infallible. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Let's be friends.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Answer me. Zero place.
A quick divination. Enemy targets detected.
Hey, bozo.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Yeah, whatever. Let's do this. You. Elation. Hog. Not elation. Elation. Hog. Alright. I am begging for you to give me Aiden's gravitational rainbow. I don't remember what this does. Enhanced blessings? Ew. Yeah, whatever. That's a nice fit. And we didn't get Aiden, Saj. We're gonna get hit by the boss, Saj. It's not gonna do anything, but we're gonna get hit, Saj.
Infallible.
For the theater of the medieval.
You fucking idiot. It's fine. enough speed. Oh shit, propagation, pop.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth.
I'm an idiot.
All things in
I forgot about that.
creations.
Oh.
Thousand wonders. Finest fun. Enemy data signet markers activated.
That'll be fine.
For good old counterattack. Well,
I am actually an idiot though. Holy shit. But I'm hitting the wrong one. Oh my god.
Ready for another? Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Thousand wonders to ring and finest fun. Enemy targets to enemy data signet markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
And game.
I fucked up a little bit, but that's okay.
Enemy data secure net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. All things human creations.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Thousand wonders. Finest fun.
A test. 0 points. Answer me. SAS
Why did I do that? That's fine.
knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Warrior farming the new planner set? Why not?
The combat report will be.
I kind of want a decent one of these, and this is actually good for Topaz. Yeah, like I want one of these for Herta and one of these for Topaz. We. Alright. Mods. I don't want to do another one, so I'm just gonna... You know what? Let's use my own characters this time. Oh, I don't have my fucking stuff. Ah, shit.
Ready for another? Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. When they keep quiet, they come. Wow, my turn. Look at the draw. And victory! Let's play pro. Gives me
We have to talk about it.
Ready for another? I see through you.
I really appreciate it if we could not talk about it.
A quick divination. I'll go first. You're sticky. My turn. Let's find the answer. Look at the draw.
Skill point positive, who useful can't have enough skill points. It's because I killed the first wave before getting a turn on my other characters. It's taunting me, man. Okay.
Have you read the novel about the Ten Lords Commission?
I think they just made things up.
Do you guys think I can do this without having the right elements? I kind of can't be bothered getting the right elements. It'll be fine.
Be watchful. Always. Watch this.
It'll be fine.
The game is on. Wait for the times. Gotcha. Stay calm. My turn.
Jesus Christ. That part's good.
A blade knows no mirth. Fight is set.
Luke. You're spiffy? Can you find the answer?
Okay.
Choose from strike. Come on.
Yeah, I'll use my ult here. Fuck it.
Draw. Please. And victory!
Ah, shit. I'm getting one guide.
Through you, converge and awaken. My turn. Wake up. All things human creations.
You impede me. Fail to set you. Savor it for me.
No!
Feeling spiffy? No matter. Choose me strike.
Please.
Stay calm.
Yes! Thank you. Bro, if it advanced the Trotter forward, I actually would have mauled it.
I'll go easy this time. Can you find the answer? My turn.
It didn't kill? No! Wait, okay, we're fine.
Feeling spiffy? Luck of the draw, please. And victory! I see through you. Let's play for a while. Gotcha. My turn.
Thank you. Thank you! No! Which stage is this? 3? Yeah, it's 3. Wait, hit Sparkle one more time. I am begging. Hit Sparkle. Hit Sparkle. Hit Sparkle. Yes!
And yang. Let's play. Can you find the answer? A quick divination. Together as one. Human creations.
Your end approaches. That paradise may be. Savor it for me.
Feeling spiffy? Gotcha.
We're fine. Everything is fine.
Luke. I see through you.
Fail to set you.
Yeah, that part is not very pog.
Luck of the draw, please. And
Oh well.
victory! That's a tough nut to crack. Upgrade configured. Does that hurt? 1,000 wonders to rid. Fight is fun!
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Time to twirl!
Time to twirl! Sorry. So sorry. Don't know what came over me there. Don't know what that was all about.
Ready for another?
Stand still.
Please don't be too French. It's fine.
Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Cut in the net.
Time to twirl! Let's be friends.
Okay, we got at least. Wait, no, we got 0 stars. It's fine. We'll get 1 star, right?
Relax.
Right?
Do you know who this big diamond?
Right?
It's all yours!
I don't think my Herda's on the right like tone, by the way. I'm like fairly sure she's not.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Yeah, this HP is suspiciously low,
1,000 wonders to fight is fun!
but that's okay. Happens, I guess.
Stand still.
Time to twirl! Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
This should kill them, right? Yeah. Okay, we got 1 star. Let's fucking go. Huge. I'm an idiot. Order lulled, but it's okay. We might be able to get 2. I don't think we're getting 3 though.
Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Oh. That's fine actually. That's good targeting. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, what? Wait, what? When did it change?
Relax. Time to say bye. Boom.
Time to twirl. Commencing support. What are you looking at?
Bro.
Enemy data secure net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Do you know who this big diamond? It's all yours. Welcome, customers.
Loves the 80% on this guy. That's unfortunate.
We have the upper hand. Let's be friends.
Relax.
We call 1,000 wonders to fight as one.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Okay, Tingyun is dead.
Time to twirl.
That just is what it is. We're fine though.
I'm lucky.
They got 50k. I'm okay with that, honestly. 50k is pretty decent.
Diamond, it's all yours. Enemy targets detected.
I do want to mention though, I do not have a single sustain unit. My Tingyun is dead. Both my Herda and my Kafka are full HP. I do feel like that is worth mentioning right now.
Enemy data secure net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I do believe that to be the case.
May as well kill them all.
Whatever.
We have the upper hand.
It doesn't matter.
Enemy data
Oh,
secure net
geez.
markers activated.
Oh, geez.
Counterattack.
We take those though. 2 stars is pretty good. I wonder if I can get 1 star on the last one. I don't think so, but we can try. This is actually fine, no? Actually, I'm probably not even making it to the last boss on both waves. Oh, this is still... No. Nah, I definitely want QQ here. It has to be QQ. Use the 3rd buff? This one? No. It's good for this team, but it's not good for the other. What? I think I'll just try to get as many points as possible on the first one. Okay. Serval's really good for second half. Yeah, but my Serval's not... Yeah, I could... I don't have enough light cones, man. Guess that's fine. I'll use Ratio's gear, I guess. Yeah, I don't have an orb, though. We'll use an imaginary orb on Serval, then. It is what it is. Just don't speak to me, okay? Please? Actually, we can use this. That's fine. It's not that much speed, but it'll have to do.
Watch this. Now, how should I dispose? The game is on. Don't. Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old
Okay.
Win big, keep quiet. Come on.
Win big, keep quiet.
Stay calm.
Oh, my crit! Oh, that's fine. I guess it doesn't matter.
Commencing support. Ready for another? Time to twirl! Honored to meet me. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
What did he put passkey on? I put it on Serval.
Big diamond! It's all yours! I'll go easy. Feeling spiffy? Choosing my turn. Look at the draw. Yes, and... Victory! Time to twirl! Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Time to twirl! Let's play through.
Yeah.
Enemy data net markers
Okay.
activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Did that hurt? Feeling spiffy? Wait for the top. Gotcha. Can you find the answer? Wow. My turn. Time to twirl! Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? Do you know what? This big diamond! It's all yours!
God, I'm gonna die. No sustain might be a little...
Stay calm.
No! A little optimistic. I didn't even crit. What the fuck?
Commencing support. Enemy data secure. Net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack. What are you looking at? Luke.
That's fine. That's fine.
Feels spiffy? We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Luck of the draw. Please. And... victory! Time to twirl!
Eh. Eh.
Did that hurt? Don't worry. My turn.
It's okay. Everything is fine.
Let's... Can you find the answer?
I'm lying. Everything is not fine.
Feel spiffy? Wait for the ties.
I didn't crit!
Time to twirl!
No! I didn't crit! Alright.
Cool it.
What do I want to start with? Like Kafka? Yeah.
Does that hurt?
1,000 wonders. Finest one!
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
You're in trouble now. Yeah!
Stand still.
Time for the make.
Turn it up!
Ready to lose your... You can fight it, or rock with it!
I will dispatch you. The fight is set.
Relax.
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up!
May as well kill them all. Good times.
Hello.
Time to say bye. Boom.
He's the moment!
Yes, I have.
Yeah!
Shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's nice though.
Stand still.
1,000 wonders to finest one! This moment.
That paradise may be. Savor it for me.
He's the moment!
And
This song's for you.
I wish I go hit one more time, but I guess not.
Ready to lose your... You can fight it.
At least I'll clear it, but I don't.
Cutting the net. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Blade knows no mercy.
I don't think I'll get 40k. I think it's very unlikely I get 40k.
Welcome, customers! Yeah!
Too little.
Keep up!
Say bye to breathing.
He's the moment! Yeah!
Stand still.
I will dispatch you.
Time for the main event.
Turn it up!
You can fight it,
think... No, I think I want to use ult.
Time to say bye. Boom.
I wasn't sure for a second, but I do think that's the case. And then I want to make sure I kill this. That it pops. And pops everything else. No. Well, that's not good. Well, that's fine. We won't get ult anyways. There's no point to...
A blade knows no mercy. Your end approaches.
Okay, I think I can get it actually. Nice.
That paradise made safe
Oh,
for
we
me.
get 40k. That's nice.
May as well kill them all. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
1,000 wonders to raid and fight as one!
Huge.
Ready to lose your... You can fight it or rock with it.
Stand still.
Maybe that's enough. Alright. Oh. Alright. 9 stars. A lot more than the last one. The last one is just, yeah, no, not happening. I wonder if I could 60k if I actually built my units properly. Maybe. I don't know, though. I feel like... Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Probably. I kind of can't be bothered. Okay. Well, that's gonna be it. I hope you guys enjoyed your stay. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. I don't really have the energy for a raid, so yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.